Hello, YouTube peoples. I am Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club. We are gathering our ducks. I did not forget to put on the tie, and I'm putting it on right now. That's not happening. I'm totally not doing that again. Because I'm really that much of a ditz. Sometimes. It's been one of those weeks. I've not had proper working hot water since Thursday. When the water was off all day. I don't know what they were doing, but they screwed something up. And now the bathroom doesn't have enough water. The hot water isn't working in the kitchen. And dealing with my building is the last thing I want to do. Okay, let's try and get all of our disclaimers up, shall we? Alright, tie fixed, and now the bonnet's over my ears. I had it nicely folded, which it doesn't like to do. Hello, Nightwolf! I'm trying to make it so that I can hear, because this bonnet is meant to go over the ears, and that's not good with headphones on. Tried it earlier, I couldn't hear myself speak. Oh, Shelly, next time I wear this at a con, I really gotta pin it up. I'm hoping next year I will be able to go to Comic-Con now that it is returned to being decent, in a decent location. Though if it's still the same idiot event managers, I really might not, because they were atrocious. I've never been so disgusted as the last con that I went to, because literally there was no point in going, but even buying tickets, because they weren't even scanning actual tickets, even though the tickets have barcodes, etc., and some of them are quite expensive. Like, they didn't have wristbands. They literally just drew a smiley face on my hand, and I'm like, this is not kindergarten. Do you not understand what's going on? It's zero security. Only con I've ever been to where I did not see a single security person, which was very disturbing. So, needless to say, I didn't stay long. Oh, I should have retied the tie. But let's see. What all, I'm trying to remember what all happened last week. I know I got bitched off. Oh yeah. This card was why, because we had a great deal of violence against women. Because Christian Grey is an abusive bastard. Never getting off that. Because we now have definitive proof. Because after losing his shit, because his wife, who he now thinks he has total possession and control over and expects his staff to do the same, showed off her boobs on a European topless beach, which apparently he objects to. So he then violently punished her, which left marks that he felt bad about for the first time ever. Which also, by the way, that gives you such a clue on how he treated his other subs, because we already know he doesn't do aftercare, which is already devastating. But his other women literally would have been showing up at his apartment like Friday night to Monday morning, because he only ever had them on weekends, and just spending like 48 hours just getting violently abused and then told to go to their room by themselves without any comfort or any affection or even like a kind word from him. You know, I really wish we gotten to see a couple of those scenes, because I'm like, how do you write it worse? And I definitely could. You know, maybe that's in the told from his point of view thing, except that he didn't have a sub when he met her. He didn't have an existing submissive to take his rage out on. So, feeling guilty, he did what all abusers do, and he bought her very expensive presents, like a $30,000 diamond bracelet to cover up the marks on her wrist because he didn't like looking at them. And I think they spent like $15,000 on like paintings of apples or something. And basically the honeymoon has been a giant shopping spree, and he's trying to get her to embrace being obscenely and obnoxiously wealthy, basically. and spending money like recklessly and cavalierly like he does. That and being a jerk to his staff. He's been a jerk to his staff. He was mean to Taylor, which Taylor's like the only likable character in any of this, so don't be mean to Taylor. But that's long enough for YouTube to have stopped listening, so I'll rise for the national anthem.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they're unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
All right. Let's get going. Hello, everybody. Say hi to Ralph. Looking so gorgeous on our duck stage, which now has a cat bite in it, by the way. You can't see it from here because it's on the back, but I completely caught the kitty up on my desk where he knows he's not supposed to be, biting the duck stage. Possibly because he tried to steal Ralph. I didn't put Ralph away quick enough after last book club. I went to the bathroom in the kitchen, and when I came back, Kitty would try and steal Ralph. Now, fortunately, Kitty's very bad at picking things up in his mouth. He never really figured out how to do this. You know, he gets that you kind of bite it and then you lift, but he's like one of those claw machines where it doesn't hold on tight enough. So then the thing falls and he just looks at it and doesn't understand what happened. Yeah, he's not the brightest of kitties. We've established this. But thank you all for being here tonight. We have hopefully a lovely evening planned. For those of you that are new, please take note of the stream elements tip link above, which should be working. We do have 3 tiers available for tipping. You can tip any amount, it doesn't matter. There's no obligation or requirement or anything, but if you do, it can be any amount, can be $1, can be whatever. But we do have certain tiers that we have, one of which is for $10. I will draw a new duck out of the bag. Look at all these ducks waiting to join Ralph on the stage. There's so many that haven't seen the light of day yet. I don't know what half of these are, but I would like to. So for $10, a duck will be drawn at random, and you get to name it. For 25, I will put on these handcuffs that are not broken for the remainder of the chapter. These are official 50 Shades handcuffs. You can see it right there. They also disgustingly say, "You are mine," at the top, which is not gross at all. And for $50, if anybody's drunker than I am right now, and I'm actually surprisingly sober, which is sad, I will chug this entire glass of wine, having refilled it first if necessary. He doesn't get catnip. I don't think he had never been allowed catnip because I don't want to see what he's like on catnip. He's clumsy enough and a danger to himself normally. Like this is a cat who gave himself a concussion trying to ram his head through a window. And it wasn't the first time. It was like the second or third time. I think he honestly believed if he just backed up a little further and ran a little harder, he'd get through that time. He also nearly broke his leg trying to ride the chandelier, so. Kitty's a danger to himself, is what I'm saying. He's settled down. He's older now and a little fatter, so he's not quite as, misadventurous as he once was. But don't give him any ideas, because he doesn't need them. But no, I found a bag of cat treats that I forgot that I had, and I offered him some, and he didn't know what to do. He just kept sniffing them. He wouldn't even try to lick it, and God forbid trying to eat it. Whereas the dog's trying to push his nose in my hand to get the cat treats, and it's like, these are not for you. Yeah, he disagrees. Everything's for him. I think he was mad he got told no because last night he went in the garbage and stole a pasta sauce can, and I found it in his cage this morning, licked out. And of course he's looking at me like, what? I didn't do it. Just because you found it in my cage, in my puppy bed, under my blanket. That doesn't mean I took it out of the garbage. At least that's how he sees it. Alright, I still forgot to get my water. I will get up and get it in a minute. Damn it. Do I need... Please tell me I have a sip. I do. Huh? Okay, just really needed that. Alright, here we go. Chapter 5. I stir instinctively, reaching for Christian, only to feel his absence. Shit. I wake instantly and look anxiously around the cabin. This is not a good way to wake up. Christian's watching me from the small upholstered armchair by the bed. Ew, creepy. Stooping down, he places something on the floor, then moves and stretches out on the bed beside me. He's dressed in his cutoffs and a gray t-shirt. Hey, don't panic, everything's fine, he says. His voice gentle and soothing, like he's talking to a cornered wild animal. This is not good. Tenderly, he smooths the hair back from my face, and I calm immediately. I see him trying and failing to hide his own concern. Are we sure she didn't reverse roles here? Isn't he the one who wakes up with nightmares anytime she gets out of bed and then blames her for it and then demands sex? You've been so jumpy these last couple of days, he murmurs, his eyes wide and serious. Gee, I wonder why. You've been nitpicking and controlling her every flippin' move, and have gone, yelled at her and punished her 3-4 times on your honeymoon already. When she was hoping you would get better, and all you've done is literally get worse. While denying that you're still doing all the dumb shit she said no to, but he's been continuing to do the entire time anyway, and was actually doing before she even knew what that was. I'm okay, Christian. I give him my brightest smile because I don't want him to know how worried I am about the arson incident. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Somebody blew up the server room at his office because apparently they have no security or security cameras whatsoever. The painful recollection of how I felt when Charlie Tango was sabotaged and Christian went missing for an hour and a half. The hollow emptiness, the indescribable pain, keeps resurfacing. the memory nagging me and gnawing at my heart. Keeping the smile fixed on my face, I try to repress it. Were you watching me sleep? Yes, he says, gazing at me steadily, studying me. You were talking. It's never good when you talk in your sleep and you're sleeping next to. Because if they figure it out and they can get you talking, you will say shit that you will be in trouble for in the morning. I've been told that I talk in my sleep. I don't know if that's true. But I know people in my family have. Like my cousin, God, when we were little, she'd be dead asleep and you could have a relatively coherent conversation with her for like an hour. And then you could tell when she started dreaming because she'd start just babbling nonsense. Usually bees. For some reason she had like a couple of years where like all of her dreams somehow involved bees. But she always liked bumblebees. Like she dressed up as a bumblebee more than once. Which is weird because we're both possibly allergic to bees and we're kept away from bees like at all costs as children because of that. Like anytime there was any bees like in the yard or like in one of the trees, we were forbidden to go outside until the hive was removed. Like my grandmother would literally pull us away from even looking out the windows. Oh, shit, what was I saying? You're worried, he adds, his eyes filled with concern. Is there nothing I can keep from this man? Well, he won't let you. He's probably got you low-jacked and he's definitely bugged your phone. He leans forward and kisses me between my brows. When you frown, a little V forms just here. It's soft to kiss. Don't worry, baby. I'll look after you. That's not reassuring. It's not me I'm worried about, it's you, I grumble. Who's looking after you? Okay, I'm sorry, this is a dumbass question. You already know what kind of security he has because it has been following you all over Europe. Like, you know he has personal bodyguards, and, like, even his chauffeur is, like, a former Green Beret. And you've got, like, a whole team of them just for the two of you, and you're on a yacht in the middle of the ocean. Like, you're good. I don't know, sleepy. I didn't get woken up stupid early by noise this morning. He smiles indulgently at my tone. I had a cup of coffee like 2 hours ago and it did nothing. I'm big enough and ugly enough to look after myself. Come, get up. There's one thing I'd like to do before we head home. He grins at me, a big boyish, yes, I'm really only 28 grin, and swats my behind. I yelp, startled, and realize that today we're going back to Seattle and my melancholy blossoms. I don't want to leave. I've relished being with him 24/7. Really? I don't think I could I don't think I could tolerate him 24/1. I'm not sure I could tolerate him 4. I'm not gonna sneeze, I'm not gonna sneeze, I'm not gonna sneeze. And I'm not ready to share him with his company and his family. We've had a blissful honeymoon. The fuck you have. With a few ups and downs, I admit. But that's normal for a newly married couple, surely. Not like that! Why is there like randomly a tear? Why am I randomly having like one Of course it has to be when I have like full face makeup on. But Christian cannot contain his boyish excitement, and despite my dark thoughts, it's infectious. When he rises gracefully off the bed, I follow intrigued. What has he got in mind? It's going to be something expensive and something that leads to sex. Christian straps the keys to my wrist. You want me to drive? Yes, Christian grins. That's not too tight. It's fine. Is that why you're wearing a life jacket? I arch my eyebrows. Yes. I can't help my giggle. Such confidence in my driving capabilities, Mr. Gray. Okay, stop it. Obviously they're talking about him, he's letting her drive the jet ski which he feels like, I guess, safe doing because he's right there with her in case like she tips it or rolls it or something, which can be fatal. Like don't joke. Jet skis, people forget how much those things weigh. They can easily weigh like 600 to 1,000 pounds. They are dangerous. And it's actually really, really hard if you fall off to if it rolls, for you to tip it back up by yourself out of the water when you're in the water. That's actually really, really hard to do. And then to actually get back up on it out of the water by yourself can be really hard. And people have absolutely gotten hurt and gotten dead rolling a jet ski. But the bigger point is she's making a point that he's only putting on a life jacket because she's driving and therefore he's afraid that she's going to like throw him off somehow. You should always be wearing a life jacket on a jet ski. It doesn't matter if you're the driver or the passenger. If you are on any open watercraft like that, you need to be wearing a life jacket at all times. And I don't care if you think, I'm an adult, I don't need to. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And especially if you have kids with you, then goddamn do you need to put on a life jacket because you need to set a good example. But also, it's the law in most places. Like here it is. If you're on a jet ski, you better be wearing a life jacket. Or guess what? You're getting pulled over. Yes, you can get pulled over on the water on a jet ski. Yes, you can. Like it's also news to way too many people that you can't like go boating while drunk, that you can actually get charged with like drunk driving a boat. It's like, yeah. I can't help my giggle. Such confidence in my driving capabilities, Mr. Gray. As ever, Mrs. Gray. Well, don't lecture me. Christian holds up his hands in a defensive gesture, but he's smiling. Would I dare? Yes, you would, and yes, you do. And we can't pull over and argue on the sidewalk here. Fair point well made, Mrs. Gray. Are we going to stand on this platform all day debating your driving skills, or are we going to have some fun? Fair point well made, Mr. Gray. Stop it, they're not. I grasp the handlebars of the jet ski and clamber on. Christian clambers behind me and kicks us away from the yacht. Taylor and two of the deckhands look on in amusement. Why is this amusing? You're watching them have stupid banter. It's not cute. It's not charming. Sliding forward, Christian wraps his arms around me and uh, and snuggles his thighs against mine. Yes, this is what I like about this form of transport. That you get to be the little spoon. I insert the ignition key and push the start button, and the engine roars to life. Ready, I shout to Christian over the noise. As I'll ever be, he says, his mouth close to my ear. Gently, I pull on the lever and the jet ski moves away from the fair lady. Far too sedately for my liking. Christian tightens his embrace. I pull on the gas some more and we shoot forward. I'm delighted when we don't stall. Yeah, that's why you don't just slam the gas when you start. You have to slowly engage. Yes, you should be going slowly when you're near another craft at any time. And then you gradually ramp up your speed. And don't think you have to go as fast as it will possibly go just because you can. It has different settings for a reason. Whoa, Christian calls from behind, but the exhilaration in his voice is palpable. I speed past the fair lady towards the open sea. We're anchored outside of Saint Laurent du Val, and Nice Côte d'Azur airport is nestled in the distance, built into the Mediterranean, or so it seems. I've heard the odd plane landing since we arrived last night. I decide we need a closer look. We shoot towards it, skipping rapidly over the waves. I love this, and I'm thrilled Christian is letting me drive. All the worry I've felt over the past 2 days melts away as we skim towards the airport. I wouldn't be getting too close. Doesn't matter you're on the water, an airport is still going to have restricted area. Next time we do this, we'll have 2 jet skis, Christian shouts. I grin because the thought of racing him is thrilling. Why didn't you just do that this time? And the answer is because he never thought he would be challenged on driving it, and he doesn't want her having the freedom of having one of her own. And you lost my face. As we zoom over the cool blue sea towards what looks like the end of the runway, the thundering roar of a jet overhead suddenly startles me, and as we come into land. It's so loud I panic, swerving and hitting the throttle at the same time, mistaking it for the brake. I'm sorry, is E.L. James saying this has like pedal controls? Because jet skis do not have pedal controls. There is no model that I am aware of or have ever been aware of that has foot pedal controls of any kind. It is all hand controls. And most of them don't have a brake. You just let off the gas and it stops. Anna, Christian shouts, but it's too late. I'm catapulted off the side of the jet ski, arms and legs flailing, taking Christian with me in a spectacular splash. That would be almost impossible. Like, just in terms of physics, that would be almost impossible. Because he's behind her. He's wrapped around her. He's bigger than her. So unless she is saying that she rolled it, there's no way that A, she is going to go off the side, or B, that she's going to take him with her. Because especially if she's going very fast, centrifugal force comes into play. So does gravity. So when you whip around sharp like that, you actually can turn the jet ski and your own body mostly sideways, almost like perpendicular to the water, and not fall off. I'm not saying this is a good thing to attempt on purpose, but I've seen it. So unless she rolled it, which seriously dangerous, they're not going in the water. And she's too small to take him with her. If anything, his weight and his holding onto her would keep her on the jet ski. Screaming, I plunge into the crystal blue sea and swallow a nasty mouthful of the Mediterranean. Yeah, that probably would be nasty. I think it's salt water too, so ew. The water is cold this far from shore. But I surfaced within a split second, courtesy of my life jacket. Okay, so at least she is wearing one. Coughing and sputtering. I wipe the seawater from my eyes and look around for Christian. He's already swimming towards me. The jet ski floats offensively a few feet away, its engine silent. So the kill switch works. You okay? His eyes are full of panic as he reaches me. Yes, I croak, but I cannot contain my elation. See, Christian? That's the worst that can happen on a jet ski. Wow, is that not true at all? That is not true at all. That's just dangerous to put in a book. Because no, falling off of it is definitely not the worst thing that can happen to you on a jet ski. You can end up dead. She could have just killed them both. He pulls me into his embrace, then grabs my head between his hands, examining my face closely. Is he trying to drown her? Again. See, that wasn't so bad. I grin as we tread water. You're wearing life jackets, you don't have to tread. Eventually, he smirks at me, obviously relieved. No, I guess it wasn't. Except I'm wet. He grumbles, and his tone is playful. You're gonna get wet on a jet ski anyway, dude. Like, especially if you're whipping around, the splash is gonna get you. I'm wet too. I like you wet, he leers. Oh, they're gonna do it in the ocean. This is a bad idea. Christian, I scold, trying for faux righteous indignation. He grins, looking gorgeous, and then leans in and kisses me hard. When he pulls away, I'm breathless. Come, let's head back. Now we have to shower. I'll drive. So they made it, like 3 minutes away from the boat. She dumped them in the water, and now he's like, we have to go back and, like, shower and change before going to whatever thing. Which apparently we're not going to find out what it is, because the next line is, we laze in the British Airways first class lounge at Heathrow outside London. Oh God, this is her tipping her next series. This is when she was getting the idea for the Mister, because it's set in the same place. I bet you anything. Waiting for a connecting flight to Seattle. Christian is engrossed in the Financial Times. They took a private jet here. He owns a private jet. Why are they flying commercial back home? Seriously, why? We've established he owns a private jet. Why are they flying commercial? Christian is engrossed in the Financial Times. I pull out his camera, wanting to take some photographs of him. He looks so sexy in his trademark white linen shirt and jeans, and his aviator specs tucked into the V of his open shirt. The flash disturbs him. He blinks up at me and smiles his shy smile. Are you allowed to take photos in an airport lounge? Like with a big giant camera? But I was telling a friend like literally an hour ago about when this book came out and how it destroyed the BDSM scene. And I would go to a bet party or a club, and there'd be 10 guys dressed in fucking ripped jeans with the white linen button down shirt and the like tousled, I believe was the word, hair, all trying to look and act like Christian Grey, and all being extreme douchebags. And all of them would walk up and just start. And I'm clearly dressed as a dominatrix, and they would all walk up to any woman and just assume that you are submissive. And some of them would start like giving orders or shit. And it's like, one, not a submissive. Two, not your submissive. Three, you don't have permission to talk to me. So go away, little bitch boy. Oh, the looks on their faces when they got like told and put in their place, like, oh, little puppies tucking their tail between their legs. I mean, it was fun, but it's only fun the first 20 or 30 times. After that, it's like, okay, can this stop? How are you, Mrs. Gray? He asks. Sad to be going home, I murmur. I like having you to myself. He clasps my hand and lifts it to his lips, grazing my knuckles with his sweet kiss. Me too. But, I ask, hearing that small word unsaid at the end of his simple statement. He frowns. But, he repeats disingenuously. I tilt my head to one side, gazing at him with the tell me expression I've been perfecting over the last couple of days. You didn't have one before? Okay. He sighs, putting his newspaper down. I want this arsonist caught and out of our lives. Oh, that seems fair enough, but I'm surprised by his bluntness. We'll have Welch's balls on a platter if he lets anything like this happen again. A shiver runs down my spine in his menacing tone. He gazes at me impassively, and I don't know if he's daring me to be flippant or what. I do the only thing I can think of to ease the tension, the sudden tension between us, and raise the camera and snap another photograph. I'm not sure that was the right thing to do. But no, like now, whenever he's getting angry about anything, she's automatically getting tense and anxious because she knows she's going to be on the receiving end of it. Even if it has nothing to do with her, he's going to take it out on her because that's all he's ever done. Like, that is why he had submissives. Not entirely because it was sexual, but because he literally just needed something he could beat to take his rage out on. Now they have break rooms for that. Which I would kind of like to do one of those one time, except all the ones I've seen look like they suck horribly. Hey, sleepyhead, we're home, Christian murmurs. I mumble, reluctant to leave my tantalizing dream of Christian and me on a picnic blanket at Kew Gardens. I'm so tired. Traveling is exhausting, even in first class. We've been up for more than 18 hours straight, I think. In my fatigue, I've lost track. I hear my door open and Christian is leaning over me. He unbuckles my seatbelt and lifts me into his arms, waking me. Hey, I can walk, I protest sleepily. He snorts. I need to carry you over the threshold. I put my arms around his neck. Up all 30 floors, I give him a challenging smile. Mrs. Gray, I'm very pleased to announce you've put on some weight. Okay. Or is this supposed to be our first hint? Because we know it's the third book and therefore baby. Is this supposed to be our first clue that she's gaining weight? Because we know he tracks her like daily by the ounce and apparently can tell the difference just by feel. What? He grins. So if you don't mind, we'll use the elevator. He narrows his eyes at me, though I know he's teasing. Taylor opens the doors to the Escala lobby and smiles. Welcome home, Mr. and Mrs. Gray. Thanks, Taylor, Christian says. How did he get there ahead of them? He was with them. Did they send the staff ahead? I give Taylor the briefest of smiles and watch him head back to the Audi where Sawyer waits at the wheel. What do you mean I've put on weight? I glare at Christian. His grin broadens and he clasps me closer to his chest and carries me across the lobby. Not much, he assures me, but his face darkens suddenly. What is it? I try to keep the alarm in my voice under control. You put on some of the weight you lost when you left me, he says quietly as he summons the elevator. A bleak expression crosses his face. She left him for like 2.5 days. How much could she possibly have lost? I think he even said that he was guessing that she'd lost like maybe 3 pounds, which is a lot to lose in 2.5 days. But his sudden surprising anguish tugs at my heart. Hey, I curl my fingers around his face and pull into his hair, pulling him towards me. If I hadn't gone, you would you be standing here like this now? His eyes melt, the color of a storm cloud, and he smiles his shy smile, my favorite smile. No, he says and steps into the elevator, still holding me. He leans down and kisses me gently. No, Mrs. Gray, I wouldn't. But I would know I could keep you safe because you wouldn't defy me. What? Hold on, I gotta take that line again. What the fuck? But I would know I could keep you safe because you wouldn't defy me. Meaning, if she had never broken up with him, however briefly, I'm not even sure what in the hell that's supposed to mean. Like, I'm trying here, but I'm not getting anywhere. Because what if she hadn't somehow disobeyed him by leaving him? Then something she would always be safe because he's always right, and letting him control her every move and keep her in a literal gilded cage is the right answer. E.L. James, I'm looking at you. I think that's what I'm meant to be getting from that, but I really don't know. Where's the puppy? I hear a puppy. I'm highlighting that line though, because wow. Our first highlight of the evening. Where's the puppy? There's a puppy. Do you want to come here? Come here. You can do it. Come on. Up, up, up. Up, up, up. Come on. Up. He's being lazy. He's just going, rub my belly. Rub my belly. Rub my belly. All right, now you have belly. Come here. There you go. See, yeah, sometimes you just gotta rub the belly just for a minute, and then he'll do it. Then he'll come up and be a good boy. Look at you. Look at the puppy. Look. He's going, no, 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 I don't like that. I don't like that. Don't make the camera look at me. I'm afraid of the camera. I'm stepping on buttons. Yes, it's a woof woof. Yes, this is the one who has not tried to eat any ducks. Right? You didn't try to eat Ralph, did you? You didn't get the chance. Okay. I'm getting a brief cuddle. Okay? Brief cuddle. Look at the puppy. Look at the puppy. Look at the puppy licking the makeup off. Look at the puppy. Oh, yes. I know that's not how you like to be held. That's not how you like to be held. And you're a baby. And you're such a baby. Yes, you're a baby. Alright, you can come back up later, okay? 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 I'm gonna lay on your puppy bed. Puppy bed? Yeah. Okay, say bye-bye. 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 Look at my tail. There you go. Yes. Good baby. Good baby dog. Right, let's get some sleeves. Oh, it was supposed to be cold tonight, so I have the winter weight dress on, and it's hot. The heat in this place is so inconsistent. Like when I had to get up at like 8 in the morning to pee, I was shivering so hard. because it is so cold. And I swear to God, they turn the heat off at night. I swear, because I hear it like come up in the morning because the pipes hiss. So I swear they're turning it off overnight and then cranking it back on in the morning. That's why it makes such a racket. But that's why it's freezing. For instance, no, the bathroom has no heat. And I don't know what in the F they have done to the hot water, but I'm gonna have to call somebody on Monday, which is gonna suck because it was off all day Thursday and it's been screwed up ever since. Like, I only got hot water back in the kitchen today and it's still wrong in the bathroom. There's snow out there. I've seen some pictures because I want snow. So I'm hoping we get some in the next week or so. Yeah, I know a lot of places have been getting very, very cold, just it hasn't hit this part of Ontario yet. Weather's been so weird the last few days. Like, one day it's warm, next day it's freezing, then it's warm, then it's freezing, and then there's no middle. It's like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. That's it. All right. That should get things started. He sounds vaguely regretful. Shit. I like defying you. I test the waters. I know, and it makes me so happy. He smiles down at me through his bemusement. It does, though. It does make him happy because he's only happy when he gets to punish her, so her defying him does make him happy. This is true. You know, like a lot of this obviously is based on like one of the inspirations had to be the movie Secretary with Maggie Gyllenhaal and James Spader. One of the best movies like ever. But especially about BDSM and even the character that Spader plays in that has a lot of similarities in ways to Christian Grey's character. It also is a genuinely funny movie if you know how to look at it properly. Like, I feel like Maggie Gyllenhaal is underrated as a comedic actress. She because anything I've ever seen her in, even if it's not a comedy, she is always funny. Oh, check out her and I think it's Hugh Dancy in a movie called Hysteria. It came out a few years ago. It's quite funny. It's historically slightly inaccurate, but it is hilarious. There's a character in it that is a former prostitute turned maid, and she is the funniest thing in the entire world. Like, I had to look up who this actress is because I need to see everything with her in it because she is just pure fucking in your face, loud, bold comedy unapologetically the entire time. She steals every scene that she is in. And she also looks exactly like I think it was Natalie Dormer. So much so that I actually looked it up to see if it was Natalie Dormer. It's not, but this woman could double her without needing face replacement. Oh, thank heavens. Even though I'm fat, I whisper. He laughs. Even though you're fat. This is not okay. This is not okay. This is extremely not okay what they're saying here. Because the book already, and again, this was known to the author by this time, the book already, like, whether it was intentional or not, and I think it was, the undertones of Anastasia has an eating disorder and Christian's such a control freak about food, which I don't know if that means they're supposed to be compatible in some fucked up way. But for them to say that, oh, she's gained like literally a pound or two and they're joking that she's fat, like, no. He kisses me again, more heated this time, and I fist my fingers in his hair, holding him against me. our tongues twisting in a slow, sensual dance with each other. When the elevator pings to a halt at the penthouse, we're both breathless. Why are they always making out in elevators? Like, those things have security cameras, you know? People are watching. Very happy, he murmurs. His smile is darker now, the eyes hooded and full of salacious promise. He shakes his head as if to recover himself and carries me into the foyer. Welcome home, Mrs. Gray. He kisses me again, more chastely this time, and gives me the patented Christian Grey full gigawatt smile, his eyes dancing with joy. Welcome home, Mr. Gray, I beam, my heart answering his call, brimming with its own joy. I think Christian's going to put me down, but he doesn't. He carries me through the foyer, across the corridor, and into the great room, and deposits me on the kitchen island where I sit with my legs dangling. He retrieves 2 champagne flutes from the kitchen cupboard and a bottle of chilled champagne from the fridge. Our favorite, Bollinger. He deftly opens the bottle, not spilling a drop. That is almost impossible to do with champagne. Pours the pale pink champagne into each glass and hands one to me. Taking up the other, he gently parts my legs and moves forward to stand between. Oh, they're gonna do it on the counter. It definitely is Furzlol, or what, however your name is pronounced, but it is extremely unrealistic. That is to put it mildly. It would not surprise me to find out that Bollinger doesn't even make a pink champagne. That's the level of unrealism. Here's to us, Mrs. Gray. To us, Mr. Gray. I whisper, conscious of my shy smile. We clink glasses and take a sip. I know you're tired, he whispers, rubbing his nose against mine, but I'd really like to go to bed. And not sleep. You did not need the second part there, dude. She knows. He kisses the corner of my mouth. It's our first night back here, and you're really mine. Stop it with the mine. His voice drips off as he plants soft kisses down my throat. It's early evening in Seattle, and I'm dog tired, but desire blooms deep in my belly. Oh, thank God, it cuts. It's too early, and I have not had enough wine for a sex scene. Christian is slumbering peacefully beside me as I stare at the pink and gold streaks of the new dawn through the vast windows. His arm is draped loosely over my breasts, and I try to match his breathing in an effort to get back to sleep. But it's hopeless. I'm wide awake, my body clock on the Greenwich Mean Time, my mind racing. So much has happened in the last 3 weeks. Who am I kidding? The last 3 months. They haven't even known each other. Where do we see down the oh yeah. He plants soft kisses down. Yeah, that's a thing that he does. He kisses her like from her chin, like all the way like down her throat, and presumably continues heading south. But yeah, he kisses her like sometimes it's from the ear down her neck and sometimes from the chin, like straight down her throat. I don't find this sexy, but apparently the author does. Because he does it a lot. And I feel that my feet haven't touched the ground, and here I am now, Mrs. Christian Grey. Married to the most. Oh God, these are all going to be wrong. Married to the most delicious, sexy, philanthropic, absurdly wealthy mogul a woman could meet. How did this all happen so fast? He brainwashed you, is the literal answer. He conducted psyops level manipulation, dehumanizing, and reprogramming, and it worked like a charm. Like, in the last chapter, did she even attempt to think for herself, let alone do anything for herself? And we just got, like, a spectacular reminder from the author of, like, oh, she can't even take a jet ski from the boat to the shore without dumping them in the ocean. She can't do anything. Ugh. As for him being, like, philanthropic, we've not seen that. Absurdly wealthy, yes. Though how, we don't know, because, again, we're not actually told what he does for a living. He runs a global company that does something. If she ever remembers what it is, she'll tell us. Maybe it's in the ones from his point of view. Maybe in the ones from his point of view, do we think we'll actually get to see him do work? Because we've not seen him do any work. I shift onto my side to gaze at him. I know he's watching me sleep. I know he watches me sleep, but I rarely get the opportunity to repay the compliment. He looks young and carefree in his sleep, his long lashes fanned against his cheek, a light smattering of stubble covering his jaw, and his sculptured lips slightly parted, relaxed as he breathes deeply. I want to kiss him, to push my tongue between his lips, run my fingers over his soft yet prickly stubble. I really have to fight the urge not to touch him, not to disturb him. Yeah, I've been keeping up with that. He really doesn't. Whenever any big YouTuber is outed for being a jerk and for being a complete phony as well as just a horrible person, it doesn't surprise me. I could just tease his earlobe with my teeth and suck. Ew! Excuse me. My subconscious glares at me over her half-moon spectacles, distracted from Volume 2 of the complete works of Charles Dickens. Her subconscious only owns one book. Mentally chastises me. Leave the poor man alone, Anna. Like he's a dog. I'm back to work on Monday. We have today to get back into our routine. It'll be odd not seeing Christian for a whole day after spending almost every minute together for the past 3 weeks. It's like they went on their honeymoon almost longer than they knew each other before getting married. I lie back and stare at the ceiling. One would think that spending too much time together would be suffocating, or that he will suffocate you when you cross the line for him one too many times. But we all know what happened to at least 10 of his previous submissives. They're buried next to where Jack Hyde should be. But that's just not the case. We've loved each other, and every minute, even when fighting, every minute, except the news of the fire at Grey House. My blood chills. Who would want to harm Christian? You really, bitch? Really? I point out that, right before he proposed to you, one of his ex-subs who'd gone insane broke into your apartment, not his, your apartment, with a gun that she actually fired. So, gee, who would want to hurt him? How long is that list? It's so dumb. Start with any of his former submissives. Then start with if any of them have brothers. Then if any of them have fathers. Then just anyone that he has pissed off by being a dick. Not to mention everything that just happened at the publishing house. Everything that's going on with his family. Everything with Mrs. Robinson. The list of people who would want to harm him that would immediately come to mind would be overwhelming. My mind gnaws at this mystery again. Someone in his business? An ex? A disgruntled employee? All of the above? I have no idea, and Christian remains tight-lipped about it all, drip-feeding me the minimum information he can get away with in a bid to protect me. I sigh. My shining white and dark knight, always trying to protect me. How am I going to make him open up more? How about by looking him in the eye and saying, we are married now, you don't get to keep these kinds of secrets, so tell me what is going on. Nobody is going to offer you equality. You have to step up and take it. He stirs, and I still not wanting to wake him, but it has the opposite effect. Damn, 2 bright eyes gaze at me. What's wrong? Nothing, go back to sleep. I try my reassuring smile. He stretches, rubs his face, and then grins at me. Jet lag, he asks. Is that what this is? I can't sleep. I have the universal panacea right here just for you, babe. Oh my god! I knew he was referring to his penis and still. Ew! Ew! He grins like a schoolboy, making me roll my eyes and giggle at the same time. And just like that, my dark thoughts are swept aside and my teeth find his earlobe. Ew! It's like the nastiest part of somebody to put your mouth on, too. But yes, we're back. We're back to sex cures everything. Right? It probably is, too. Christian and I cruise north on I-5 towards the 520 bridge in the Audi R8. When are we? We're going to have lunch at his parents', a welcome home Sunday lunch. All the family will be there, plus Kate and Ethan. It'll be strange to be in company when we've been on our own all this time. I haven't had an opportunity to talk to Christian most of the morning. They were on their honeymoon, but they weren't alone. Like, they didn't have the family with them, but they had a whole, like, team of bodyguards, security guards, like, chefs, drivers, you know, general, like, servants. He was holed up in his study while I unpacked. He said I didn't have to, that Mrs. Jones would do it, but that's something else I need to get used to. Having domestic help. I run my fingers absent-mindedly over the leather upholstery of the door to distract my wandering thoughts. I feel out of sorts. Is it the jet lag? The arson? Would you let me drive this? I ask, surprised that I say the words out loud. Of course, Christian replies, smiling. What's mine is yours. If you dent it, though, I will take you to the Red Room of Pain. He glances swiftly at me with a malicious grin. Why do I think he's only saying she can drive it as long as he's not in it? He is a terrible passenger. Also, isn't the Audi her car? Keep in mind, he bought her a car that she has never once driven herself. Shit, I gape at him. Is this a joke? You're kidding me. You punish me for denting your car? You love your car more than you love me? I tease. Some guys, they would be hard pressed to answer that, especially if it's like a Mustang or one of those cars they get overly emotional about. It's close, he says, and reaches across to squeeze my knee, but she sure doesn't keep me warm at night. I'm sure it could be arranged. You could sleep in her. I snap. Christian laughs. We've been at home one day and you're already kicking me out? He seems delighted. I gaze at him and he gives me a face-splitting grin, and although I want to be mad at him, it's impossible when he's in this kind of mood. Now that I think about it, he's been in a better frame of mind ever since he left his study this morning, and it dawns on me that I'm being petulant because we have to go back to reality, and I don't know how he's going to... I don't know if he's going to revert to the more... to the more closed pre-honeymoon Christian, or if I get to keep the new and improved version. You really should not be having to ask that. Because, you know, the new and improved version has involved a lot of him growing the fuck up. So no, he doesn't get to revert back to angry toddler status just because you're home. He flashes yet another grin at me, because this conversation is so normal. Normal, I snort. Not after 3 weeks of marriage, surely. His smile slips. I'm kidding, Christian, I mutter quickly, not wanting to kill the mood. It strikes me how unsure of himself he is sometimes. That's news to everybody. I suspect he's always been like this, but has just hidden his uncertainty beneath an intimidating exterior. He's very easy to tease, probably because he's not used to it. It's a revelation, and I marvel again that we still have so much to learn about each other. Well, that's what happens when you marry a guy you hardly know. Don't worry, I'll stick to the sob, I mutter and turn to stare out the window, trying to shake off my bad mood. Hey, what's wrong? Nothing. You're so frustrating sometimes, Anna. Tell me. See, that's what she needs to say to him. I turn and smirk at him. Back at you, Gray. See? Fair's play. Fair play. Turnabout's fair play, dude. He smiles. I'm trying, he says softly. I know, me too. I smile and my mood brightens a little. Why? Carrick looks ridiculous in his chef's hat and licensed to grill apron as he stands at the barbecue. Every time I look at him, it makes me smile. In fact, my spirits have lifted considerably. We're all sitting around the table at the terrace of the Gray family home, enjoying the late summer sun. Grace and me are studying various salads out on the table while Elliot and Christian trade friendly insults and discuss plans for the new house. And Ethan and Kate grill me about our honeymoon. Christian keeps hold of my hand, his fingers toying with my wedding and engagement rings. Like a little boy who doesn't want to let go of mommy's hand. And reassuring himself that she's wearing it so the entire world knows that she's his. So if you can get the plans finalized with Gia, I have a window September through mid-November, and I can get the whole crew on it, Elliot says as he stretches and drops an arm around Kate's shoulder, making her smile. Gia's due to come over to discuss the plans tomorrow evening, Christian replies. I hope we can finalize everything then. He turns and looks expectantly at me. Oh, this is news. Sure, I smile at him, mostly for the benefit of his family, but my spirits take a nosedive again. Why does he make all these decisions without telling me? Or is it the thought of Gia? All lush hips, full breasts, expensive designer clothes and perfume, smiling much too provocatively at my husband. My subconscious glares at me. He's given you no reason to be jealous. Shit. I am up and down today. What's wrong with me? Yeah, could we be foreshadowing any harder that she's knocked up? He mentions that she's gained like a pound at most, and now she's having mood swings. Though she has every reason to be jealous, because, yeah, this bitch was flirting with her husband blatantly and right in front of her last time. So, yeah, I'd be like, huh, what? What do you mean you're seeing her tomorrow night? Why didn't I know about this? You know, there'd be a conversation between me and the husband about, like, you need to let me know on these things or include me in the decision. Anna, Kate exclaims, snapping me out of my reverie. You still in the south of France? Yes, I reply with a smile. You look so well, she says, though she frowns as she says it. You both do. Grace beams while Elliot refills our glasses. To the happy couple. Carrick grins and raises his glass, and everyone around the table echoes the sentiment. And congratulations to Ethan for getting into the psych program in Seattle, chips in Mia proudly. She gives him an adoring smile, and Ethan smirks at her. I wonder idly if she's made any headway with him. It's difficult to tell. I listen to the banter around the table. Christian is running through our extensive itinerary over the last 3 weeks, embellishing here and there. He sounds relaxed and in control, the worry of the arsonist forgotten. She's the only one who seems worried about this. I, on the other hand, don't seem able to shake my mood. I pick at my food. Christian said I was fat yesterday. He was choking. My subconscious glares at me again. Elliot accidentally knocks his glass onto the terrace, startling everyone, and there's a sudden flurry of activity to get it cleaned up. See, I knew the calling her fat thing. Like, if anything, just underscores that she has an eating disorder more than that. Like, I'm going to take you to the boathouse and finally spank you in there if you don't snap out of this mood, Christian whispers to me. Great thing to do. You don't like that she's not eating, so threaten her. I gasp with shock and turn and gape at him. What? Is he teasing me? He wouldn't dare. I growl at him, and from deep inside I feel a familiar, welcome excitement. He cocks an eyebrow at me. Of course he would. I glance quickly at Kate across the table. She's watching us with interest. I turn back to Christian, narrowing my eyes at him. You'd have to catch me first, and I'm wearing flats, I hiss. I'd have fun trying, he whispers with a licentious grin, and I think he's joking. He's not joking. This is a double Windsor knot that's badly tied. I should have redone it before we started, and I didn't. But yeah, he absolutely would do this, by the way. Even if it meant chasing her across the lawn in front of his family, he absolutely would. because he's done it before. I blush. Confusingly, I feel better. That's not confusing. That's a sign of conditioning and programming. Because she's been given an order, so now she'll do it and feel better because, like, yay, I'm a good girl for doing what I'm told, and he's not going to beat me in the boathouse. As we finish our dessert of strawberries and cream, the heavens open up, and we all leap up to clear the plates and glasses from the table, depositing them in the kitchen. Good thing the weather held off until we finished, Grace says, pleased. As we drift into the back room, Christian sits down at the shiny black upright piano, presses the quiet pedal, and starts to play a familiar tune that I can't immediately place. Grace asked me for my impression of St. Paul de Venice. She and Carrick had gone years ago during their honeymoon, and it occurs to me that this is a good omen, seeing how happy they are together now. Kate and Elliot are cuddling on one of the large overstuffed couches, while Ethan, Mia, and Carrick are deep in conversation about psychology, I think. Wouldn't it make more sense for the mom to be in that conversation? She's the doctor. I forget what the dad does. Suddenly, all is one, the Greys stop talking and gape at Christian. What? Christian is singing softly to himself at the piano. Silence descends on all of us, and we strain to hear his soft, musical voice and the lyrics of Wherever You Will Go. I've heard him sing before, haven't they? He stops, suddenly conscious of the deathly hush that's fallen over the room. Kate glances questioningly at me, and I shrug. Okay, I gotta pause for 2 seconds because there's like something down my throat that I need water. Is he? He did seem to know something about like planes and like helicopter mechanics after the crash, so you could be right. I will be back in 2 seconds after I get some water before I choke on whatever is in my throat. Okay. Did not totally choke on something. With a piece of cat hair. It got down my throat. I don't recommend it. Yeah, I gotta put a pin or something in this next week. At least pin the flaps up. It's just keeping it folded. I don't like the way it messes with the line of my hat. Oh, there's a kitty. Okay, much better. Water good. Uh, uh, Kate glances questioningly at me and I shrug. Christian turns on the stool and frowns, embarrassed to realize he's become the center of attention. Go on, Grace urges him softly. I've never heard you sing, Christian. Ever. Really? His entire life. Or saying his entire life, his entire upbringing, even as a child. His parents have never heard him sing. He would chug water and then he burp. It's because of the air. Toy soda makes you burp. She stares at him in wonder. He sits on the piano stool, looking absently at her. After a beat, he shrugs. His eyes flicker nervously to me and then over to the French windows. The rest of the room suddenly erupts in self-conscious chatter, and I'm left watching my dear husband. Grace distracts me, grasping my hands and suddenly folding me in her arms. Oh, darling girl, thank you, she whispers so only I can hear. It brings a lump to my throat. Okay, stop it with saying that this girl is literally, like, James, stop it with the Madonna horseshit. You don't know what it means. She is literally treating, like, we've already been told by the world's second worst therapist. Okay, I'm not dead yet. I should have known that was coming. This winter is gonna suck for asthmatics. If you're an asthmatic child, just keep them inside all winter, please. Ugh. I'm not gonna choke to death on nothing on a live stream. Okay, but yeah, like, the world's second worst therapist already told her that she is literally the cure for his mental illness and his childhood abuse, his feelings of self-loathing, and his insecurity. A therapist said this to her. Now the parents are like, oh my god, you cured him. You turned him into a normal, real person. Oh my god. Stop it. Like, people accuse Disney of unrealistic expectations, which, yeah, true. But this is way worse. This is like the insidious kind of unrealistic expectations where people can believe it because it's supposedly based in reality. Newsflash to anyone who doesn't realize, Cinderella, Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, Mulan, Moana, they're not based in reality. This supposedly is. At some point you grow up from the Disney princesses But this is aimed at adults and young women. I hug her back, not really sure why I'm being thanked. Yes, you do. You know, you've heard this before. Grace smiles, her eyes shining, and kisses my cheek. What have I done? I'm going to make some tea, she says, her voice hoarse with unshed tears. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, this is a super, super long chapter. That's why the thumbnail said we might only get halfway through the next chapter because of my usual trying to stick to 40 pages, whereas both chapters, if I read them both tonight, would be over 70, which is not happening. So we'll get through this chapter for sure. It's 30 pages, and then we'll see how far we get into the second one before I tap out. But we'll finish. We'll always pick up right where we left off. And I said at the top with this book that it was not evenly paced and that there would have to be some chapters cut in half. I still don't even know how I'm going to contend with the way this book ends because it's epically long. It's like Return of the King when it won't stop. Which even Peter Jackson admitted, yeah, we should have stopped. Instead of having 6 different endings that go on for like 35 minutes. We should have stopped at like 2. You know, I think the boat, where the boat sails into the distance, everything cuts to white, that's where you stop. And maybe take out like one of the things beforehand. I amble over to Christian, who's now standing staring out through the French doors. Hi, I murmur. Hi. He puts his arm around my waist, pulling me to him, and I slip my hand into the back pocket of his jeans. We gaze out at the rain. Feeling better? I nod. Good. You certainly know how to silence a room. I do it all the time, he says, and grins at me. At work, yes, but not here. True, not here. No one's ever heard you sing? Ever? It appears not, he says dryly. Shall we go? I gaze up at him, trying to gauge his mood. His eyes are soft and warm and slightly bemused. I decide to change the subject. You going to spank me? I whisper, and suddenly there's butterflies in my stomach. Perhaps this is what I need. This is what I've been missing. See, this is how much he's brainwashed her now to the thing that she was so frightened of and said was absolutely the worst. You'll never do that to me again. And in fact, I'm leaving you for spanking me too hard, even though I told you to do it. She's now thinking, oh, maybe I need a good spanking to lift my mood or some shit. I'm reaching for the highlighter. Also, he beat the shit out of you on your honeymoon, so you should be good in terms of pain and physical contact for a while. He gazes down at me, his eyes darkening. I don't want to hurt you, but I'm more than happy to play. I glance nervously around the large room, but we're out of earshot. Only if you misbehave, Mrs. Gray. He bends and murmurs in my ear. How can he put so much sensual promise into 6 words? I'll see what I can do, I grin. This is where she should mail him an earthworm so he can circle it in red. Once we've said our goodbyes, we walk over to the car. Here, Christian throws me the keys to the R8. Don't bend it, he adds in all seriousness. Okay, it literally says don't bend it. Like, obviously she meant dent, and like, I don't know if that's like voice to text error, but how do you not catch that? Or I will be fucking pissed. Okay, only if like she does it on purpose do you get to be pissed. Accidents happen, cars get scratched, they get dented. You really should not care that much. My mouth goes dry. He's letting me drive his car? My inner goddess whips on her leather driving gloves and flat shoes. Oh yes, she cries. Are you sure? I mouthed, stunned. Yes, before I change my mind. I don't think I've ever grinned so hard. He rolls his eyes and opens the driver's door so I can climb in. I start the engine before he's reached the passenger side and he jumps in quickly. Eager, Mrs. Gray? He asks with a wry smile. Very. Slowly I ease the car backward and turn into the driveway. I manage not to stall it, surprising myself. Boy, is the clutch sensitive. Carefully navigating the driveway, I glance in my rearview mirror and see Sawyer and Ryan climbing into the Audi SUV. I had no idea our security had followed us here. I paused before I set out onto the main road. Are you sure about this? Yes, Christian says tightly, telling me he's not sure about this at all. Oh, my poor, poor 50. I want to laugh at both him and myself because I'm nervous and excited. A small part of me wants to lose Sawyer and Ryan just for the kicks. I check for traffic and then inch the R8 out onto the road. Christian curls up with tension and I can't resist. The road is clear. I put my foot down on the gas and we shoot forward. Whoa, Anna, Christian shouts, slow down, you'll kill us both. Yeah, he is the world's worst passenger, and it makes sense he has control issues that he would be a terrible passenger. Okay, I'm having enough with the asthma coughing tonight. The temperature's got to be plummeting. That's what's doing this. Either the temperature is plummeting or it started to rain. And checking the forecast. Yeah, the temperature's dropping down. It's not raining yet. I immediately ease off the gas. Wow, can this car move? Sorry, I muttered, trying to sound contrite and failing miserably. Christian smirks at me, to hide his relief, I think. Well, that counts as misbehaving, he says casually, and I slow right down. I glance in the rearview mirror. No sign of the Audi SUV. Just a solitary dark car with tinted windows behind us. I imagine Sawyer and Ryan flustered, frantic to catch up. And for some reason, this gives me a thrill. Not wanting to give my dear husband a coronary, I decide. Uh, ugh. Ugh. I hate it when there's a sneeze that will come. I decide to behave and drive steadily, with growing confidence, towards the 520 bridge. Suddenly, Christian swears and struggles to pull his Blackberry from the pocket of his jeans. What? He snaps angrily at whoever is on the other end of the line. No, he says and glances behind us. Yes, she is. I briefly check the rearview mirror, but I don't see anything odd. Just a few cars behind us. The SUV is about 4 cars back, and we're all cruising at an even pace. I see. Christian sighs long and hard and rubs his forehead with his fingers. Tension radiates off him. Something's wrong. Yes, I don't know. He glances at me and lowers the phone from his ear. We're fine, keep going, he says calmly, smiling at me, but his smile doesn't touch his eyes. Shit. Adrenaline spikes through my system and he picks up the phone again. Okay, on the 520. As soon as we hit it. Yes, I will. He slots the phone into the speaker cradle, putting it on hands-free. What's wrong, Christian? Just look where you're going, baby, he says softly. I'm heading for the on-ramp of the 520 in the direction of Seattle. When I glance at Christian, he's staring straight ahead. I don't want you to panic, he says calmly. But as soon as we're on the 520 proper, I want you to step on the gas. We're being followed. How would you know? You've got like 100 yards. Followed? Holy shit. My heart lurches into my mouth, pounding. My scalp prickles. My throat constricts with panic. Followed by whom? My eyes dart to the rearview mirror, and sure enough, the dark car I saw earlier is still behind us. Fuck, is that it? I squint through the tinted windshield to see who's driving, but I see nothing. Keep your eyes on the road, baby, Christian says gently, uh, not in the truculent tone he normally uses where my driving is concerned. Get a grip. I mentally slap myself to subdue the dread that's threatening to swamp me. Suppose whoever's following us is armed. Well, you're in America, so that's probably a yes. Armed and after Christian. Shit. I'm hit by a wave of nausea. How do we know we're being followed? My voice is breathy and squeaky, squeaky whisper. The Dodge behind us has false license plates. How does he know that? Why am I not surprised that his security has the ability to run people's license plates? Like, to say nothing of how illegal that would be. Or what systems you would have to be hacked into. Like, he's secretly got Hardison on the payroll, is what it is. I signal as we approach the 520 on-ramp. It's late afternoon, and now there's a kitty getting into a bag behind me because I left a paper bag on the floor and he found it, so now it's his. Yep. Yep, that is the sound of a kitty going, "This is mine. This is mine now. You left it on the floor and now it's mine." Ugh, little kitty. You gonna go all the way in the bag, or are you just gonna sniff? He's just gonna sniff. Oh, we like that? He's sitting on the part that opens, so he can't figure out how to get inside it. Again, he is not the brightest of kitties. This is going to keep him stumped for the next hour. It's late afternoon, and although the rain has stopped, the road is wet. Fortunately, the traffic is reasonably light. Ray's voice echoes in my head from one of his many self-defense lectures. "It's the panic that's going to kill you or get you seriously hurt, Annie." I take a deep breath, trying to bring my breathing under control. Whoever's following us is after Christian. As I take another deep, steadying breath, my mind begins to clear and my stomach settles. I have to keep Christian safe. I wanted to drive this car, and I wanted to drive it fast. Well, here's my chance. Well, here's the worst fucking mentality. And why? If you know you are being followed and you believe that their intent is harmful, why would you then get on a goddamn highway where they could easily do like a drive-by shooting on your dumb ass, or otherwise like just clip the back of your car and cause you to get into a serious pileup that will probably be fatal? Like, don't get on the highway, pull into a parking lot, or like Google where the nearest police station is. Pull in there. I bet they don't follow. But you don't get on the highway and try to, start a speed race with the people following you. I wanted to drive this car. Here's my chance. I grip the steering wheel and take a final glance in my rearview mirror. The Dodge is closing on us. I slow it right down, ignoring Christian's sudden panicked glance at me, and time my entrance onto the 520 so that the Dodge has to stop and wait for a gap in the traffic. I drop a gear and floor it. The R8 shoots forward, slamming us both into the backs of our seats. The speedometer whips up to 75 miles an hour. "Steady, baby," Christian calls calmly, though I'm sure he's anything but calm. That sounds low for being in America. On a highway. I weave between the two lanes of traffic like a black piece in a game of checkers. What? I weave between the two lanes of traffic like a black piece in a game of checkers. I'm sorry, was she trying to make a chess analogy, or like... Because if you were saying, like, the bishop in chess could do that, or the queen, but in checkers, both sides are the same. There's no moving between. Like, I haven't played checkers in forever, but that's not how checkers works. Effectively jumping the cars and trucks. Okay, again, Frogger would have been, like, the better reference. We're so close to the lake on this bridge. It's as if we're driving on the water. I studiously ignore the angry, disapproving looks from other drivers. Christian clutches his hands together in his lap, keeping as still as possible. And in spite of my fevered thoughts, I wonder vaguely if he's doing this so he doesn't distract me. Probably. Good girl, he breathes in encouragement. He glances behind him. I can't see the Dodge. And of course, there are no cops on this highway to pull her over for reckless driving. We're right behind the unsub, Mr. Gray. Somebody's on Criminal Minds. You cannot use the word unsub without thinking of Criminal Minds. It is not possible. Sawyer's voice comes through the hands-free. Great, so they're listening to all this too. Dear God. He's trying to catch up with you, sir. We're going to try and come alongside, put ourselves between you and the Dodge. Unsub? What does that mean? She's never seen Criminal Minds? Good. Mrs. Gray is doing well. At this rate, provided the traffic remains light, and from what I can see it is, we'll be off the bridge in a few minutes. Yeah, especially a highway on a bridge. This is not a place you want to be when being pursued. This is a bad idea. Sir. We flash past the bridge tower control, and I know we're halfway across Lake Washington. When I check my speed, I'm still doing 75. You're doing really well, Anna, Christian murmurs again as he gazes out the back of the R8. For a fleeting moment, his tone reminds me of our first encounter in his playroom when he patiently encouraged me through our first scene. The thought is distracting, and I dismiss it immediately. Where am I headed? I ask, moderately calmer. I have the feel of the car now, and it's a joy to drive. So quiet and easy to handle, it's hard to believe how fast we're going. Driving at this speed in this car is easy. Yeah, what do you know? Very powerful cars go fast really easily. That's why you shouldn't give them to teenagers that don't know how to fucking drive. Like, I seriously think any car capable of going, like, over 100 at the slightest push should be, like, age restricted to 30 and above. You have to know what you're doing in a normal car and how it moves and how to drive before you get behind the wheel of a supercar that you can't control. I glance nervously at Christian and he smiles reassuringly. Then his face falls. Shit, he swears softly. There's a line of traffic ahead as we come off the bridge and I have to slow down. Glancing anxiously in the mirror once more, I think I spot the Dodge. 10 or so cars back. Yeah, I see it, Christian says, peering through the narrow rear window. I wonder who the fuck it is. Me too. Do we know if it's a man driving? I blurt out towards the cradled Blackberry. No, Mrs. Gray, could be a man or a woman. The tint is too dark. A woman? Christian says. I shrug. You're Mrs. Robinson? I suggest, not taking my eyes off the road. Christian stiffens and lifts the Blackberry out of its cradle. She's not my Mrs. Robinson, he growls. I haven't spoken to her since my birthday. And Elena wouldn't do this. It's not her style. Layla? She's in Connecticut with her parents, I told you. Are you sure? He pauses. No. But if she had absconded, I'm sure her folks would have let Flynn know. Let's discuss it when we're home. Concentrate on what you're doing. But it might just be some random car. You're only just saying this now? I would have been saying that from the beginning. I would have been saying, hey, we've gone between your parents' mansion to the nearest highway, which is like a fairly, like, obvious stretch of road that if anyone in this area is going to the highway, they're going to be on this road. So how do you know that this car is following us and not just going to the highway like we are? Because it was declared that the car was following them like 10 feet from his parents' driveway. So how do you know that? Because you know how you want to know if somebody's following you? You know what you do? You drop back behind them. Because if they're following you, that's going to trip them up. They're not going to know what to do. And then they're going to have to very obviously and deliberately either slow down or pull over and make an excuse to get behind you again. So, yeah, if you want to know if somebody's following you, pull over. Do not take the car, like, out of drive or turn it off in any way. Like, be ready to take off. But, yeah, drop behind the car you think is following you and see what it does. I'm not taking any risks, not where you're concerned. He snaps. He replaces the BlackBerry in its cradle so we're back in contact with our security team. Oh shit. I don't want to rattle Christian right now. Later, maybe. I hold my tongue. Fortunately, the traffic is thinning a little. I'm able to speed over the Mountain Lake intersection towards I-5, weaving through the cars again. What if we get stopped by the cops, I ask. That would be a good thing. Not for my license. Don't worry about that, he says. Unexpectedly, I hear humor in his voice. He is so the type of guy that he wouldn't care if he didn't have a license. He'd drive anyway, just pay the fines. I put my foot down again and hit 75. Boy, this car can move. I love it. She's so easy. I touch 85. I don't think I've ever driven this fast. I was lucky if my Beetle ever hit 50 miles an hour. I'm clearing the traffic and picking up speed. Sawyer's disembodied voice is calm and informative. He's doing 90. Shit, faster. I press down on the gas and the car purrs to 95 miles an hour as we approach the I-5 intersection. Keep it up, Anna, Christian murmurs. Okay, what is the speed limit where they are? Because this very much is going to look like a street race to anybody else. And now we have two cars that are probably speeding. Again, this is in America. I don't know what the average. I don't know what like the like legal speed limit is on an American highway. I was on an American highway once. We drove on it for 25 minutes without ever seeing a speed limit sign, which was incredibly distressing to us because we didn't know what the damn speed limit is. Why would you not have that information? Like, here in Canada, we're used to seeing a speed limit sign like probably every 100 meters. Like, it's unavoidable. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing to have speed limit signs like frequently to remind people what the limit is. But yeah, when you're out of country and driving in America and you have no idea what the speed limit on the highway is, oh boy. I swear to God, we just tried to keep up with everybody. We were still going way slower than everybody else. And then I think we looked it up when we got home and discovered that we were probably going like 30 under the limit. Because to us, like what the American, I think I looked it up, it was like 110 was allowed. That's an American though. So when you translate that to Canadian speed, it's like 160, which is blatantly illegal everywhere in the country and is like at least 60 faster than we would ever drive in our lives. So like no wonder my friend looked like she was gonna like just she was so tense and so nervous. Like it's the only time she's ever told me to just be quiet, don't talk to me like, while we're driving because she was so nervous and so scared. Because she didn't know what the limit was, and even though we were still going slower than everybody else, we were driving way faster than either of us has ever driven or ever is used to being in a car going that fast. It was really like disturbing experience. It was not good. Having just one speed limit sign would have really helped. I slow momentarily as we glide onto the I-5. The interstate is fairly quiet, and I'm able to cross straight over to the fast lane in a split second. As I put my foot down, the glorious R8 zooms forward, and we tear down the left lane. Isn't it any wonder Audi was in the movie so much? Lesser mortals pulling over to let us pass. If I wasn't so frightened, I might really enjoy this. Okay, if people are pulling over to get the hell out of your way, you're going too fast. He's hit 100 miles an hour, sir. Stay with him, Luke, Christian barks at Sawyer. Luke. A truck lurches into the fast lane. Shit. I have to slam on the brakes. Fucking idiot. Christian curses the driver as we lurch forward in our seats, and I'm grateful for our seat belts. Anyone surprised that he's actually wearing a seatbelt? I kinda am. Go around him, baby, Christian says through clenched teeth. I check my mirrors and cut right across 3 lanes. We speed past the slower vehicles and cut back to the fast lane. There's no way in hell she would not have been pulled over driving like that. Like, is just blatantly A, speeding, and B, reckless driving. Where I just accidentally spit. Speed passes the cutback. Nice move, Mrs. Gray. Don't encourage her, dude. Christian murmurs appreciatively. Where are the cops when you need them? Yes, this is what I'm saying. How are they past 0 cops? I don't want a ticket, Christian, I mutter, concentrating on the highway ahead. Have you had a speeding ticket driving this? No, he says, but glancing quickly at him, I can see his smirk. Have you been stopped? Yes. Oh. Charm. It all comes down to charm. Now concentrate. Where's the Dodge, Sawyer? Why do I think he did not charm his way out of anything so much as he bribed his way out of... Because, he's the kind of guy who he thinks he's charming, but really he's just sleazy. Kitty's still trying to get in the bag. He just hit 110, sir, Sawyer says. Holy fuck. My heart leaps once more into my mouth. Can I drive any faster? I push my foot down more and streak past the traffic. Flash the headlights, Christian orders when a Ford Mustang won't move. And that would make me an asshole. So be an asshole, he snaps. Okay, geez, where are the headlights? The indicator, pull it towards you. Okay, this is why she should not be driving this car. If you don't know where things like the headlights are, you should not be driving this car. But also, the car following them, why has that not been pulled over? Because it's clearly speeding and driving like a bat out of hell, too. I do it, and the Mustang moves aside, though not before the driver waves his finger at me in a none too complimentary manner as I zoom past him. He's the asshole, Christian says under his breath, then barks at me. Get off at Stewart. Yes, sir. We're taking the Stewart Street exit, Christian says to Sawyer. Head straight to Escala, sir. I slow, check my mirrors, signal, and then move off with surprising ease across 4 lanes of highway and down the off-ramp. Merging onto Stewart Street, we head south. The street is quiet with few vehicles. Where is everyone? We've been damn lucky with the traffic, but that means the Dodge has too. Don't slow down, Anna. Get us home. I can't remember the way. I mutter, panicked by the fact the Dodge is still on our tail. Head south on Stewart. Keep going till I tell you when. Christian sounds anxious again. There's a double space in this line too. Between you and when, there's a clear double space. Christian sounds anxious again. I zoom past 3 blocks, but the lights change yellow on Yale Avenue. Run them, Anna, Christian shouts. I jump so hard I floor the gas pedal, throwing us both back in our seats, speeding the now red light. Okay, so just blatantly in the middle of a very populated, busy city downtown, just run a red light. Like, this is awful. This is so dangerous and so reckless that even if you make it to your apartment, there's no way the police wouldn't be coming to talk to you because this is all going to be on 1 billion traffic cameras. But no, kids, just running the red light is never the answer, and don't listen to your douchebag husband about it. Ever. He's taking Stewart, Sawyer says. Stay with him, Luke. Luke? That's his name. I quickly glance and I see Christian glaring at me as if I'm crazy. Eyes on the road, he snaps. I ignore his tone. Luke Sawyer. Yes. He sounds exasperated. Ah. How did I not know this? The man's been following me to work for the past 6 weeks, and I didn't even know his first name. Did you ask? That's me, ma'am, Sawyer says, startling me, though he's speaking in the calm, monotone voice he always uses. The unsub is heading down Stewart, sir. He's really picking up speed. Go, Anna. Less of the fucking chit-chat, Christian growls. Okay, dude, if you're this concerned and they obviously are following you at this point, have security, or Christian, since you're not driving, call the fucking police. Say, hi, I'm billionaire Christian Grey and we're being followed. I need the police to intercept us at this corner and stop this Dodge car with this license plate that is following us and I believe to be a threat. Like, the police could have been waiting for you at the off-ramp. They could have been waiting right there and put an end to this. So that you're not running red lights in the middle of a populated downtown city like a completely reckless, dangerous douchebag who should not be allowed to drive. We're stopped at the first light on Stewart, Sawyer informs us. Anna, quick, in here, Christian shouts, pointing to a parking lot on the south side of Bourne Avenue. I turn, the tires screeching in protest as I swerve into the crowded lot. Drive around, quick, Christian orders. I drive as fast as I can to the back, out of sight of the street. In there, Christian points to a space. Shit, he wants me to park it. Crap. Just fucking do it, he says. So I do. Perfectly. Probably the only time I've ever parked perfectly. See, kids, you want to learn how to drive? Just get one of your parents to yell at you, and you'll just instinctively be able to do it in a car that you're not familiar with. There's some such great advice in this chapter. We're actually making really good time of this, so we might actually I haven't even looked at the clock. We're actually kind of perfectly on schedule. But I am still how am I still on my first glass of wine? It's been almost 2 hours. Like, I'm losing my touch. And no wonder I'm not, like, drunk enough for this shit. Aww. Kitty has given up on the paper bag. He's reluctantly settling on the pillow next to me. It'll just have to do. He does appear to have beaten the crap out of the bag in protest, though, because it wouldn't let him in. I mean, just because he was sitting on the entrance while trying to get into it. Yeah. He's absolutely sulking beside me. He's got his head in, like, full pout mode. He's such a little brat when he doesn't get his way. He's so cute when he's sulking. Oh, tiny fuzzy babies. The strangest things will hurt their feelings. If you mean this, that is an actual blemish on my face. But other than that, I am not seeing anything on my face. I don't think. Oh, my lipstick is pretty messed up. But this is an actual, like, blemish that I had covered up, and just my rubbing at it's taking my makeup off. But thank you for the person that thought I had something on my face and messaged me on Discord. It's very sweet of you. Thank you. Mwah. So yes, if you yell at somebody, they will learn how to park, because that's how that works. We're hidden in the parking lot spaces between Stewart and Boren, Christian says in the Blackberry. Okay, sir. Sawyer sounds irritated. Stay where you are. We'll follow the unsub. Christian turns to me, his eyes searching my face. You okay? Sure, I whisper. Oh, I think we're coming up on a sexy. I think they have sex in the car. Damn it. Christian smirks. Whoever's driving that Dodge can't hear us, you know. And I laugh. We're passing Stewart and Bourne now, sir. I see the lot. He's gone straight past you, sir. See, this is the other thing you do if somebody is following you. If you know that you are out of their sight for a minute, yeah, pull into a random alley or something unexpected. Both of us sag simultaneously with relief. Well done, Mrs. Gray. Good driving. No, it's not. Christian gently strokes my face with his fingertips, and I jump at the contact, inhaling deeply. I had no idea I was holding my breath. Does this mean you'll stop complaining about my driving? I ask. He laughs, a loud, cathartic laugh. I wouldn't go so far as to say that. Thank you for letting me drive your car. Under such exciting circumstances, too. I tried desperately to keep my voice light. Maybe I should drive now. To be honest, I don't think I can climb out right now to let you sit here. My legs feel like jello. Suddenly, I'm shuddering and shaking. Yeah, the adrenaline's catching up with her. That's the thing. You can be, when you just have to deal, like in the moment, you don't have time to panic. As soon as whatever it is over, then the panic comes back and bites you. Like hard. It was bothering me. There. I'm not good at makeup. Like at all. But that's better. It actually wasn't that bad until, of course, this afternoon I had to start picking at it because I pick at everything. It's the adrenaline, baby, he says. You did really amazing. You did amazingly well. As usual. You blow me away, Anna. You never let me down. This is not true. He touches my cheek tenderly with the back of his hand, his face full of love, fear, regret, and so many emotions at once. I- As we all know, he only has two emotions, horny and ragey. As his words are my undoing, overwhelmed, a strangled sob escapes from my constricted throat, and I start to cry. Oh yeah, it's gonna be fucking away the tears. No, baby, no. Please don't cry. He reaches over and, despite the limited space we have, pulls me over the handbrake console and cradles me in his lap. Ow! Smoothing my hair off my face, he kisses my eyes and then kisses my cheeks, and I curl my arms around him and sob quietly into his neck. He buries his nose in my hair and wraps me in his arms, holding me tight, and we sit, neither of us saying anything, just holding each other. Sawyer's voice startles us. The unsub is slowed outside a Scala. He's casing the joint. Follow him, Kristen snaps. How does one case a high-rise apartment building? I would not think this is the easiest of tasks. Especially if like if Christian lives there and it's like all high profile rich people, they would have a lot of security. Like mostly to keep out like paparazzi and stuff, but there would still be a lot of security and a lot of exterior cameras. I wipe my nose on the back of my hand and take a deep, steadying breath. Here's my shirt. Christian kisses my temple. Sorry, I mutter, embarrassed by my crying. For what? Don't be. I wipe my nose again, and he tips my chin up and plants a gentle kiss on my lips. Your lips are so soft when you cry, my beautiful, brave girl, he whispers. Oh, we're back to the infantilizing. Kiss me again. Christian stills, one hand on my back, the other on my behind. Kiss me. I breathe, and I watch his lips part as he inhales sharply, leaning across me and pouring another glass of wine while we get into this. I remind everyone we still have, for $10, you can sponsor a duck that will be added to the stage, and you get to name it. For $25, I will put on these handcuffs for the remainder of the evening. And for $50, I will chug the glass of wine I'm about to pour, even though I'm probably going to drink half of that right away anyway, because I fucking need it. I thought this had more in it. Don't like how slow this is going. This really should have like 4 or 5 glasses left in it. But it's hard to tell. Why don't the boxes have like a gauge on them? Because it's so hard to tell like how much is left in one if you can't like remember how many glasses did I pour, because that's been in my fridge for a week. So I don't remember. I should mark it. I know I meant to like put little check marks or something, but why doesn't it have a gauge like a coffee pot? So you can see like, oh, it comes with like 12 glasses in it. Now there's like 6 left. Why doesn't it have that? I miss these. Mm-hmm. Leaning across me, he takes the blackberry out of its cradle and tosses it into the driver's seat beside my sandaled feet. Then his mouth is on me as he moves his right hand into my hair, holding me in place, and lifts his left to cradle my face. His tongue invades my mouth and I welcome it. Adrenaline turns to lust and streaks through my body. I clasp his face, running my fingers over his sideburns, relishing in the taste of him. He groans at my fevered response, low and deep in his throat, and my belly tightens swift and hard with carnal desire. His hand moves down my body, brushing my breast, my waist, and down to my backside. I shift frantically. Ah, he says, and breaks away from me, breathless. Ugh. You know, I gotta say, for all the times like movies and TV shows like show people having sex in cars, ugh, with rare exception, have I ever seen a car that I actually would want to have sex in or even be willing to have sex in? Because usually it just looks so uncomfortable and there's like not enough space. No, here's here's your laugh for the week because this is from I don't know exactly when this happened, but I read about it like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Look this up; you'll be able to find it. But there was a cop somewhere in the states. I don't even remember what state. But this cop had arrested a woman for, I believe, DWI, driving under the influence. She's drunk, extremely so. And so he arrested her for drunk driving. However, as they're driving to the police station, she started making certain offers, to which he responded by turning off his body cam after telling her to shut up so he could wait a minute to turn it off before they talked about it. And apparently he liked what he heard because like an hour later, this cop had to use his radio to radio for another cop to come and let him out of the back seat of his own police car. Because he had gotten in the back of the car with this woman and taken advantage of what she offered and then realized he had locked himself and her in the back of the police car because those doors can't be opened from the inside. So he had to call for backup to let him out of his own car. And what do you know? He had some explaining to do. Also, apparently, the evidence of the sex that had taken place was literally all over his pants. So, you know, he got he literally got caught with his pants down. Oh, this is the thing that makes me laugh. Though I hope he goes to jail for rape because he had sex with somebody in his custody, which is legally defined as rape in a lot of states. Also, he knew that she was too intoxicated to consent, as she was too intoxicated to drive, which is why she was arrested. So, brilliant move on his part. I'm sure the department was real proud that day. Actually, when things like that happen that are that stupid, I actually genuinely feel bad for like every other cop on that force. Because people are going to know about it and they're going to know which police force it was. And when they see you're that police force, they're going to think of that. And like, it just, no, they don't deserve that. Like, I know everybody thinks I'm really hard on cops, and you're damn right I am, because if you're going to do that job, you're damn right I'm going to be hard on you. You deserve to be held to the highest standards, not the lowest. But yeah, that guy just makes everyone look bad. What? I murmur against his lips. Hannah, we're in a car lot in Seattle. So? Well, right now I want to fuck you and you're shifting around on me. It's uncomfortable. Could you be more of a baby? Well, I want to have sex and you're not making it easy. This is why he's a whiny little bitch. Right, puppy. No, he's under his puppy bed all warm and happy. And I believe Kitty has fallen asleep, but he's still in his I'm sulking pose. He's very unhappy about the bag. I don't know what. Plastic bags he doesn't care about. Most cats go for plastic bags, not him. With him, paper bag. Has to be a paper bag or he's not interested. My craving spirals out of control at his words, tightening my muscles below my waist once more. Fuck me then. I kiss the corner of his mouth. I want him. Now. That car chase was exciting. Too exciting. Terrifying. And the fear has jump-started my libido. He leans back to gaze at me, his eyes dark and hooded. All right, I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up right now because I said I'm going to look this up for 3 weeks. What is it called when you are sexually attracted to violence? I think it's bristophilia. She definitely has it because she is clearly turned on by violence and fear and intimidation. Come on, Google. Sexual attraction. I can spell. No, I can't. To violence. And I can't type because I'm on my phone. Okay, sexual attraction to violence is called bistophilia. I was close. My dyslexia is not liking this word. Bistophilia. Bistophilia. From the Greek bistes, I don't know. Biastes, however you pronounce that, which apparently, I'm not making this up, means rapist plus philia. She definitely has this. However you say it, I will go on that site that says words out loud to you. If you're dyslexic, this site is your best friend. I will go on that word, that site, and hear how this is pronounced later so I get it right next time. I was pretty close, though. But the fact that it derives from the words rapist and philia meaning, anyone doesn't know, philia means love of, just like phobia means fear of. So anything that you're attracted to is some kind of philia. Anything you're afraid of is a phobia. And its Latin-derived synonym, raptophilia, from the Latin rapere, meaning to seize. Also paraphilic rape, and a paraphilia in which sexual arousal is dependent on or responsive to the act of assaulting an unconscious person, especially a stranger. This might not be exactly what I meant. Oh, okay. It's AI and it's giving me a few. Oh, bristophilia is one of them. It is. Okay, there's multiple ones. Okay, I didn't realize. When did Google start giving AI? It says this is written by AI and it says we're still refining this. When did they start doing this? So bristophilia is one, and it's a paraphilia where sexual arousal is dependent on assaulting an unwilling person, particularly a stranger. He definitely has that. Raptophilia, Latin-derived synonym for that, which is the same thing. I don't know why there's 2 words. And hybristophilia, a paraphilia where someone is attracted to people who commit crimes. So hold on, let me see what is just bristophilia. The internet's not understanding me. There's autosassinphilia, which is sexual arousal from the risk of being killed or otherwise attracted to danger. Okay, Google is not understanding what I'm saying. I'm just going to look up bristophilia because I'm pretty sure that was it. Okay, it's still just giving me the high bristophilia, which is attraction to someone who commits crimes. No, I didn't mean that. I always hate when it goes, did you mean? And it's like nothing that you said. Yeah, that's all it's giving me. It's not giving me just bristophilia by itself. But it's one of those for sure. I'll look it up more later, but at least we know there's several. Yeah, like we said, there's several. There's the one that I said, which is appropriate for him, but the one that's appropriate for her is yeah, like I said, I think it is bristophilia, and it is an attraction to violence or to violent men. And it's out of the thrill of danger. It's usually people who are extremely conservative or raised very conservative, very sheltered. They never, basically, they're like Nemo in the beginning of the movie. They never get to do anything, so they kind of live. They get like a vicarious thrill by being around like dangerous men, like the pastor's daughter that winds up with the gang leader. That that is exactly what I'm saying, and that's the dynamic that they very much have, because we've established she is a small town, like relatively conservative small town girl from, middle USA nowhere, had a very like questionable, shaky upbringing, no stability. Her mom was married 5 times before she hit college. There's never once a mention of her actual biological father, by the way. I think it was mentioned that he died like when she was like 2 or something, and like maybe he was a soldier, I think, or something like that, but it's like not mentioned. And and then her mom got like remarried like 4 other times before her daughter was like 18, which, I'm sorry, you are a terrible parent. uh he leans back to gaze at me, his dark eyes hooded. Here, his voice is husky. My mouth goes dry. How can he turn me on with one word? You just said you were already turned on, so he didn't do anything. And again, we know that she's pregnant at this point. She hasn't figured it out yet, but James, I got news for you. At best, she's like 2, maybe 3 weeks pregnant. She would not be A, gaining weight, B, having mood swings, C, being incredibly horny. Those all happen much, 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 much later into a pregnancy. Right now, she would be feeling absolutely nothing. This is why most women don't even have the passing thought that they might be pregnant till at least 6 to 8 weeks. And then you wait another 2 because you're like, I'm just late. He tilts his head to one side and stares at me for a few moments. Mrs. Gray, how very brazen, he whispers. After what feels like an eternity, his hand tightens around my hair at my nape. Stop it with the hair pulling. I hate that fucking shit. Like, I know, some women like guys controlling the hair or like doing the ponytail pull thing. I fucking hate it. It's on my hard no list. Like, anytime I am starting a role play with a new person, which is a couple times a week at this point because I'm bored AF, and they say like, what are your limits? No hair pulling. It's always right at the top. And still, we like get into something and they'll reach for my hair, and I'm like, hey, I warned you, hands off the hair. There is no controlling of my head or neck in any way, and not just because you will injure me. Holding me firmly in place, and his mouth is on mine again, more forcefully this time. His other hand skims down my body, over my behind, and lower still to my mid-thigh. My fingers curl into his overlong hair. Oh, I guess they're saying like his hair is like an inch, like not even. It would be like what, like a quarter of an inch if they've only been gone a couple weeks and he hasn't had a haircut. Like, so what? It's like the time Sheldon couldn't get a haircut and he played the bongos at 3 in the morning. They absolutely like had Jim Parsons grow his hair out for like probably a few months to do that. Or they just use less hair product. Sheldon did use a lot of hair product. I'm so glad you're wearing a skirt, he murmurs as he slips his hand beneath my blue and white patterned skirt to caress my thighs. Like pants would stop him. Like he wouldn't just rip them off. I squirm once more on his lap and the air hisses between his teeth. Keep still, he growls. He cups my sex with his hand and I still immediately. His thumb blushes over my clitoris and my breath catches in my throat as pleasure jolts like electricity deep, deep, deep inside me. Has anybody heard Gilbert Gottfried read this? I don't know if he actually read not this. I believe he only read either the entirety of the first one or parts of the first one. But it is the funniest thing ever. That, and look up, it's still on YouTube. There's several clips. It's broken up into like 4-minute clips because it's old. But look up Doug Jones, the nostalgia critic. Him and like 10 other YouTubers. They were all at a con together right when like 50 Shades of the movies came out, and he invited the other YouTubers to his hotel room, and they all took turns doing their imitations and cartoon voices, reading passages from 50 Shades in like the voice of Mickey Mouse. And trust me, it is one of the funniest things you will ever see on planet Earth. That, and find Doug the nostalgia critic ranting about Breaking Dawn. He was at a con. He was giving a lecture speech, like he was doing a panel, but it was him doing like a one-man stand-up, and he's ranting about Breaking Dawn, and it's the funniest thing. Like, now I'm gonna have to find it. I haven't watched it in years, but now I'm gonna have to find it again and like watch that tonight because that needs to happen. It is the funniest damn thing. Like, and it's really, he really does it well because it's not just making fun of. He actually does get into a fairly detailed analysis of it. And of course the big fake out that Until Dawn had, where they had like a pretty awesome fight scene, that definitely had its like, okay, that was cool moments. And then of course it's all a dream. Because we can't have nice things. Also, the ending just makes no goddamn sense at all. And that's what you get when the writer needs to write herself out of a hole. Whereas I just take an extra week and cry every day until I think of a way out. I really got to get back to my writing. I haven't even like touched part 6 yet. I said I was going to take like a day or two as a break because part 5 was so hard and it took me like 3 months to write, and then it took me a day longer than I wanted, even though it only took a week and I was sick the whole time for me to edit. So I said I'm going to take a day or two because I was really sick and then get started on part 6. And yet a week has gone by and I have not started. And I need to kick myself in the butt. The problem is I did so much restructuring on the first 5 parts and I had so much that I jettisoned to later that now what I had planned for parts 6, 7, and on is a mess. Because it's just a mess because I had to push so much. And there are things that like I wanted to include that now it's too late in terms of the story. So I need to spend a good afternoon just going over my notes in entirety and restructuring in my head what needs to be in that part and then get to it. Like, I know some of it, but I think I skipped too much in my initial outline. I made too much of a jump at the wrong time. I can definitely do the jump that I want and get it where I want, but not at this place. I need to slow down. So, yeah, I'm going to have to rearrange some things. Because, yeah, the whole story has gone differently than I originally planned. But I still like it very much. And it still is at its core exactly what I intended. I just had to move some things around to make them work better. Still, he whispers. He kisses me once more as his thumb circles gently around me through the fine sheer lace of my designer underwear. I'm surprised we didn't get a name drop. Slowly, he uses 2 fingers past my panties and inside me. I groan and flex my hips towards his hand. Please, I whisper. Oh, you're so ready, he says, sliding his fingers in and out, torturously slow. Do car chases turn you on? There's probably a name for that, too. You turn me on. He smiles a wolfish grin and withdraws his fingers suddenly, leaving me wanting. He scoops his arm under my knees, taking me by surprise. He lifts me and swings me around to face the windshield. Place your legs on either side of mine, he orders, putting his legs together in the middle of the footwell. I do as I'm told, placing my feet on the floor on either side of his. She's considerably shorter than him. I'm not sure she would actually be able to do that. Also, dude, just lay the seat down and tell her to ride you. He runs his hands down my thighs, then back, pulling up my skirt. Hands on my knees, baby. Lean forward. Lift that glorious ass in the air. Mind your head. What? Okay, again, somebody send DL James those, like, position dolls you do in art class, because what I'm seeing is, like, her putting her head between his knees and sticking her ass directly in his face like he's gonna eat her out. I don't think that's what they're going for here. I think he just wants her to lift up enough that he can undo his pants, but the way that it sounds. Shit, we're really going to do this in a public parking lot. I quickly scan the area in front of us and see no one, but feel a thrill coursing through me. Hey, if the windows are dark enough, nobody can see in. And as somebody who has had a type of sex in a moving car that the guy I was doing it with was driving, I was not okay with this, by the way. Not just the sex part, but also the while we were driving part, because I have car phobia and we were on the highway and I did not want to be doing this, but also I was trapped in a car with this person. And I remember freaking out when we stopped at a light and a car pulled next to us because things were obviously happening. And he was like, hey, don't freak out. The windows are pitch black. Nobody can see it. I was like, oh, thank God. Because I was fully dying in that moment. And I was not a grown up, so I was dying all the more. This led to a very big fight with my therapist. She was not happy I would not tell her who that guy was. Fact is, I didn't know. And that was kind of the point. I'm in a public lot. This is so hot. That sounds like a hooker. It sounds like a teenage idiot wannabe hooker. I'm highlighting it. Christian ships beneath me, and I hear the telltale sound of his zipper. Putting one arm around my waist and his other hand tugging my lacy panties to the side, he impales me in one swift move. That's a hell of a magic trick. I'm just saying, the logistics of getting, peg A into slot B can be tricky when you can actually see what you're doing, which he cannot. And we're saying both of his hands are otherwise occupied, so he's not holding it with anything. So what? He's just that hard? Because I don't think so. I think Author doesn't know how sex works. Ah, I cry out, still using AH, which signifies pain. Grinding down on him, his breath hisses through his teeth. His arm snakes around me and up to my neck, and he grasps me under my chin. His hand spreads across my neck, pulling me back and tilting my head to one side so he can kiss my throat. What is with him and kissing the throat all the time? Why is it always the front? His other hand grasps my hips, and together we start to move. I push up with my feet, and he tilts himself into me. In and out. Sensation is, I groan loudly. Did you forget to finish your sentence? Sensation is groaning loudly. That's the sensation. Okay. And I have a random song playing in my head. It's Waiting for Tonight by J-Lo and Pitbull. No, that's not the one. Is it? I can't remember now. Yeah, I think that's the song. You know, the one that goes, "Don't stop, keep it moving, we gonna kill it on the dance floor." I think that's J-Lo and Pitbull, isn't it? It's a good song. Weird music video. It's so deep this way. They've done it with her on top before, haven't they? Or is this the first time, so it's like news to her? My left hand curls around the handbrake and my right hand braced against the door. Okay, honey, the handbrake is not something you need to be resting your hand on while you're being fucked. This is a bad idea. This is a way to have the car start rolling into traffic while you're both in the passenger seat. This is a bad idea. I'm just saying, if you're gonna have sex in the car, make sure you're not touching any of the brakes. His teeth graze my earlobe and he tugs. It's almost painful. It would have to be. He bucks again into me. I rise and fall, and we establish a rhythm. He moves his hand around beneath my skirt to the apex of my thighs. His fingers gently tease my clitoris through the sheer finery of my panties. Panties which in reality he has like ripped off of her. Because moving them to the side is just annoying, and he would be, shall we say, feeling it in a certain place. Because they're not out of the way enough, and they're not going to stay out of the way. Especially lacy ones usually have a really hard seam at the sides because lace is like impossible to sew. So yeah, he definitely would have just ripped them off. Which would actually be sexier. I like panties being ripped off, especially if they're mine. That is an actual sexy thing. Though somehow cutting panties off, not sexy. Not even if you're doing like a fear, oh my god, I've been captured by a serial killer scene. Still cutting the panties, not sexy. Ripping, sexy. Don't know why. Be quick. He breathes into my ear through gritted teeth. His hand still curled around my neck beneath my chin. Okay, that's just creepy. She didn't say that before. She didn't say that before. So he's behind her. She's sitting on him facing forward. And he's doing this, is what she just said. So he's got one hand like on the front, rubbing her clit, but the other hand is like this. The other hand is like on her neck, on the front of her throat, this is where you never want to grab anybody. This is the danger zone. You never grab anybody like this. I know in movies when you see people do it, what they do is they actually cheat it. They cheat the angle so that the part where your thumb is, and there's the curve there, so that even though it looks like they're fully touching someone's neck, there's if I can do the angle, there. See the space? Okay, see the space that I'm leaving in front of my throat, so I'm not actually crushing. But when you tilt the angle up, it looks like you're being fully choked. But when you look down, you can see there's space. That's how they cheat it in the movies for safety reasons, which they should. And it still goes wrong. It's still a very dangerous thing in movies. Not everyone will do it. Not every insurance thing will let you. Sometimes you get told no on anything involving the neck or choking. Sometimes the studio will be like, no. Nope, we're not prepared to risk the liability there, so no. This happened on the first Resident Evil. It was the only time they got told no on a stunt. It was the only stunt they wouldn't let Mila Jovovich do herself. Though apparently they were fine if a stunt double got killed. This is what's hilarious. It was the scene where they're up on the pipes and they're trying to escape, and she jumps from the pipes are hanging from the ceiling. There's all these wires hanging down, and she jumps from one set of pipes to the next. It's like a 2-foot jump above a crowd of zombies. Um, it's like nothing. She practically just like steps over. It's not even really a jump. And yet it was the one thing the studio would not let Mila Jovovich do because they said they were concerned that the other hanging wires, that one of them, while she was midair, might wrap around her neck and literally hang her or strangle her in some way and even possibly kill her. That was the concern. They got told no. However, the studio apparently had no such concern for the life of a stunt person because they had no problem with a stunt woman doing that stunt. And in the movie, you'll see Mila Jovovich does far more dangerous stunts than that she did herself. And notably, towards the end, when the train arrives back at the mansion and they're walking up, her and Matt are walking up the stairs right as the blast door is closing. You can actually see a number of cuts and bruises all over Mila Jovovich's exposed arms and legs. All of those are real. Those were all real. It was one of the last things that they shot, and all the marks and the cuts and the bruises on her were 100% real. So yeah, he's apparently been choking her this whole time, which is another thing that's on my no list. I'm highlighting that because that is just disturbing on another level. We need to do this quick, Anna. And he increases the pressure of his fingers against my sex. Thank God she said against my sex, because if he'd said hurry up and then started squeezing her throat, I would have absolutely lost my fucking shit. But he is being a dick here because he's doing that. He always controls her orgasms. It's either go faster or he edges her every time. Like, you can't just let a girl come in her own time. Like, this is the first time he's saying, like, hey, do it faster, but it's one of the things he controls all the time that's really fucking annoying, especially because it's not called out ever. So it's like, what, acceptable that the man, like, controls the woman's pleasure? No, go away. You're icky. Ah, I feel the familiar build of pleasure bunching deep and thick inside me. Ew. 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 Poor choice of words. Ew. Come on, baby, he rasps at my ear. I want to hear you. Okay, you're worried about getting caught or you're not. Because if she starts screaming in the middle of the parking lot, I think somebody might notice. I moan again and I'm all sensation. My eyes are tightly closed. His voice is at my ear and his breath on my neck, pleasure radiating out from where his fingers tease my body and where he slams deep inside me, and I'm lost. My body takes control, craving release. Yes, Christian hisses in my ear. And I open my eyes briefly, staring wildly at the cloth roof of the R8. And I scrunch them closed as I come around him. She still can't spell come. Oh, Anna, he murmurs in wonder, and he wraps his arms around me and rams into me one last time and stills as he climaxes deep inside me. Ew. He runs his nose along my jaw and softly kisses my throat, my cheek, my temple, as I lie on him, my head lolling back against his neck, because he strangled her half unconscious. Tension relieved, Mrs. Gray. Christian closes his teeth around my earlobe again and tugs. My body drained, totally exhausted, I mule and feel his smile against me. This girl has the stamina of a gnat when it comes to sex. Like, seriously, E.L. James, you know it's the guys who pass out after sex, not the women. Oh, wait, no, she doesn't, because every female character she's ever written passes out after sex. Though in this case, it's because Christian Grey is never short of roofies, but... we making jokes about like Maxim having like groupies and shit too because he's a club DJ and it made perfect sense? Like, James, if you are unintentionally or intentionally, for all we know, writing multiple male characters and male characters that seem like they are the type who would drug a woman for sex and female characters that seem like they are being drugged during sex, maybe you should not write sex. Certainly helped with mine, he adds, shifting me off him. Lost your voice? Yes, I murmur. Well, aren't you the wanton creature? I had no idea you were such an exhibitionist. This was your idea, dude! Yours. You started it. This was your idea. I sit up, immediately alarmed. He tenses. No one's watching, are they? I glance anxiously around the car lot. Do you think I'd let anyone watch my wife come? Now he's using the wrong come. C-O-M-E. That is the wrong come. Now he's using it. This is bad. And yes, I absolutely do. If he had a point to make or he was like getting one over on somebody, yes, he would. He strokes his hand down my back reassuringly, but the tone of voice sends shivers down my spine. I turn to gaze at him and grin impishly. Car sex, I exclaim. He grins back and tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. Let's head back. I'll drive. He opens the door to let me climb off his lap and out into the parking lot. When I glance down, he's quickly doing up his fly. Can I also point out that unless he pushed his pants down to his ankles, there's going to be some pretty obvious evidence of what took place on the front of his pants, just like with the cop. He follows me out and holds the door open for me to climb in. Strolling quickly around to the driver's side, he climbs in beside me, retrieves the BlackBerry, and makes a call. Where's Sawyer? He snaps. And the Dodge. How come Sawyer's not with you? He listens intently to Ryan, I assume. Her? He gasps. Stick with her. Christian hangs up and gazes at me. Her? The driver of the car? Who could that be? Elena? Lila? The driver of the Dodge is female? So it would appear, he says quietly. His mouth presses into an thin angry line. Let's get you home, he murmurs. He starts up the V8 with a roar and reverses smoothly out of the space. Where's the, unsub? What does that mean, by the way? It sounds very BDSM. No, it sounds very Criminal Minds. Where have you been? Christian smiles briefly as he eases the car out of the lot and back onto Stewart Street. It stands for unknown subject. Ryan is ex-FBI. So she definitely got it from Criminal Minds, and that was the nod. Ex-FBI? Don't ask. Christian shakes his head. It's obvious he's deep in contemplation. Oh, well, where is this female unsub? On the I-5 heading south. He glances at me, his eyes grim. Whoa. From passionate to calm to anxious in the space of a few moments. I reach over and caress his thigh, running my fingers leisurely up the inseam of his jeans, hoping to improve his mood. He takes his hand off the steering wheel and stops the slow ascent of my hand. No, he says. We've made it this far. You don't want me to have an accident 3 blocks from home. What kind of accident were you talking about exactly? He raises my hand to his lips and plants a cool kiss on my index finger to take the sting out of his rebuke. Cool, calm, and authoritative. My 50. And for the first time in a while, he makes me feel like a wayward child. I withdraw my hand and sit quietly for a moment. Okay, if your significant other's making you feel like a child, you need to have a conversation about that. Female? Apparently so, he sighs and turns into the underground parking at Escala and punches the access code into the security keypad. The gate swings open and he drives on, smoothly parking the R8 in its designated space. I really like this car, I murmur. Me too, and I like how you handled it, and how you managed not to break it. You can buy me one for my birthday. I smirk at him. Christian's mouth drops open as I climb out of the car. A white one, I think. I add, leaning down and grinning at him. He smiles. Anastasia Gray, you never cease to amaze me. Because what? She asked you for a car when you owned like 20? I shut the door and walk to the end of the car and wait for him. Gracefully. Getting distracted by messages. No. No, I got a puppy picture. Oh my god, it's so cute. It's so cute. No, she's such a good girl. I love it when big dogs think they're little dogs and they try to curl up like little dogs. They're so cute. Such a cute puppy. Yeah, I'm amazed mine isn't out here because usually as soon as I say puppy, he's like, me? Attention, me? Pet me? Belly? Belly? Where's my belly? You said my name. One of his many names. He'll answer to pretty much anything. As long as it's in a good tone. He's like, oh, you want to pet me? Okay. She's not big. Well, she's not fat. I'll give her that. She's not chubby. You know, I assume unless she gets into the bag of kibble by herself and decides to eat half her body weight, as some of them will do. But, oh, she looks so adorable in that picture. She's definitely going, see, I'm still a puppy. I'm a really tiny puppy. You should put me in your pocket. Of course she's trim. She'll be more when she's back on her paws and going for walks and running all over the neighborhood and chasing rabbits. I imagine it's probably getting too cold for rabbits. Like, do the bunnies like make dens in the winter? Because rabbits don't hibernate, I don't think. So, and imagine there's not too many bunnies when it's cold. Now, Thomas Kitty had a red letter week. Now that my balcony has actual railings again, there was a pigeon on it, and he was desperate to get to it. I tried telling him the door's bolted from the outside. There's nothing I can do, but he would not believe me. No. And I bet you have fun. And the chickens hate you. But at least you got some exercise. You miss them having very, very like logistically questionable sex in a car. Where he was choking her the entire time. And it only tells you that like right at the end. But he was sitting in the passenger seat, she was sitting on top of him facing the windshield with her back on his chest, and apparently he had his hand like this the entire time that he was doing her. And we only got told about it in like the last 30 seconds. And also, E.L. James can still not spell cum correctly. But we had what was supposed to be a harrowing car chase of their being followed by some black Dodge with a female driver, and nobody does anything remotely smart like call the police or pull into a well-lit, well-populated place. No. You get on the highway and drive like an absolute maniac, weaving in and out of traffic, and then comment that police don't exist because you don't get pulled over immediately. And neither does the car chasing you doing 110. No, they made a point several times of saying there was nobody else in a downtown Seattle middle of the day public parking lot. There was mysteriously just nobody else around at all. But you know what? I bet there was security cameras. And again, this is like the kind of footage that some security guard is going to see. He's going to go, "Oh my God, is that Christian Grey strangling and raping a woman in the car? Let me call up TMZ and sell them this footage for 50 grand." Kitty has almost stopped sulking. He had a failed attempt to get into a paper bag, so he's been sulking. I shut the door and walk to the end of the car and wait for him. Gracefully, he climbs out, watching me with that look. That look that calls to something deep inside me. I know this look well. Once he's in front of me, he leans down and whispers, "You like the car. I like the car. I fucked you in it. Perhaps I should fuck you on it." If that was supposed to be romantic. I gasp, and a sleek silver BMW pulls into the garage. Christian glances at it anxiously and then with annoyance and gives me a sly smile. He was actually going to do that in the public parking garage of his own building. But it looks like we have company. Come. He grabs my hand and heads for the garage elevator. He pushes the call button and we wait. The driver of the BMW joins us. He's young, casually dressed with long, layered dark hair and looks like he works in the media. Is he wearing press credentials? "Hi," he says, smiling warmly at us. Christian puts his arm around me and nods politely. "I've just moved in. Apartment 16. "Hello." I return his smile. He has kind, soft brown eyes. The elevator arrives and we all walked in. Christian glances down at me, his expression unreadable. He's pissed off because he can't do sex to her in the elevator like he always does. "You're Christian Grey," the young man says. "Gee, why do we think this person actually is a reporter?" Christian gives him a tight smile. "Noah Logan." He holds out his hand. "Noah Logan." Like, I'm sorry, if that's not a fake name, it's like the worst name ever for a writer to put together. Reluctantly, Christian takes it. "Which floor?" Noah asks. I have to input a code. "Oh, penthouse." "Oh." Noah smiles broadly. "Of course." He presses the button for the 8th floor and the doors close. Didn't he just... Oh, apartment 16. I was like, didn't he say he was on the 16th floor, but it's apartment 16. So I'm assuming that means there's 2 per floor. "Mrs. Gray, I presume." "Yes." I give him a polite smile and we shake hands. Noah flushes a little as he gazes at me for a fraction too long. I mirror his flush and Christian's arm tightens around me. "When did you move in?" I ask. "Last week. I love the place." There's an awkward pause before the elevator stops at Noah's floor. "Great to meet you both," he says, sounding relieved, and steps out. The doors close silently behind us. Christian taps in the entry code and the elevator ascends again. "You seem nice," I murmur. "I've never met any of the neighbors before." Christian scowls. "I prefer it that way." "That's because you're a hermit. I thought he was pleasant enough." "A hermit. Hermit, stuck in your ivory tower," I state matter-of-factly. Christian's lips twitch with amusement. "Our ivory tower. And I think you have another name to add to your list of admirers, Mrs. Gray." He thinks every guy is hitting on her, I swear to God. I roll my eyes. "Christian, you think everyone's an admirer." "Yes. Yes, he does." "Did you just roll your eyes at me?" My pulse quickens. I sure did. I whisper, my breath catching in my throat. He cocks his head to one side, wearing a smolderingly arrogant, amused expression. "What shall we do about that?" "Something rough." He blinks to hide his surprise. "Rough? Please. You want more? See how successfully he's brainwashed her? Everything that she was not okay with and willing to leave him over in the first book, now she's actively asking for." "That's called conditioning." I nod slowly. The doors to the elevator open and we're home. How rough, he breathed, his eyes darkening. I gazed at him for a moment, saying nothing. He closes his eyes for a moment and then grabs my hand and hauls me into the foyer. We burst through the double doors, Sawyer standing in the hallway looking expectantly at the two of us. Sawyer, I'd like to be debriefed in an hour, Christian says. Yes, sir. Turning, Sawyer heads back into Taylor's office. We have an hour. Christian glances down at me. Rough? I nod. Well, Mrs. Gray, you're in luck. I'm taking requests today. End of chapter. And yes, for those just coming in, we just got to the end of the first chapter of tonight now. It was a long chapter. So, as I said, we may not get all the way through chapter 16, but we'll at least try because yeah, chapter 16 in its own right is 20. No, it's actually did I miscount that earlier? I did. Okay, it's actually only 16 pages. Not too bad. So, we may get all the way through it, we may not. Either way, we're taking a 2-minute stretch break. Yes, I've been sitting for 3 hours. Oh. So I'm going to grab some water. And I'll be back in approximately 2 actual minutes. I gotta get better at that. Or like just tack the corners up like permanently just for a while so I can just like one stitch that I can cut out later. So it doesn't ruin it. Because it's my best underbonnet. No, my outer one I gotta fix. This is the outer one for anyone who doesn't know. This is my best version of it. But the problem is, as you can see, it's cracked right here. This is plastic. And it cracked. So I gotta figure out how to carefully cut this open and put in like some cardboard or something to give it the shape it should have because it's too pointy like this. It should be like this. But this is my best outer one, so I have to fix it. All right. Better. Chia. All right. Chapter 6. Nope. Do I hear a puppy? He was last seen cuddled up on the couch looking like a teddy bear. Excuse me. I should never chug anything. It always makes me burp. Do you have anything in mind? Christian murmurs, pinning me with his bold gaze. I shrug, suddenly breathless and agitated. I don't know if it's the chase, the adrenaline, my earlier bad mood. I don't understand. Oh, by the way, Snickerdoodles, you also missed the author trying to subtly foreshadow that pregnancy has occurred by Christian calling her fat. Even though they both admit that she's gained maybe 1 to 2 pounds, he calls her fat, and then she doesn't eat at the lunch with their parents because she hears him calling her fat in his head. So if we needed like proof that the book has like undertones of eating disorder, I don't think it gets more blatant than that. And she's been having mood swings and then sudden horniness. Because being 3 weeks at best pregnant will do all that. No, it won't. But E.L. James doesn't know anything about birth control. Why would she know about how pregnancy works? Oh, wait, she has 2 kids. You'd think she'd remember. Or I'm pretty sure you can just Google, like, at what stage of pregnancy do the hormones make you horny? Which not every pregnant lady gets, though apparently a surprising number of them do. And I've known girls, because I went to the high school where they dump all the pregnant girls. No, that's not why I was there. But I've known plenty who were like, oh, God, am I horny? I'm like 8 months pregnant, and my God, am I horny? And some of them found it like truly disturbing. And others were just like, thank God I have a boyfriend because we're going over here. Not that the common room got used as a crash pad and a fuck pad by like all of the student body for like the 2.5 years that I was there, and everybody knew about it except the teachers. No, that totally wasn't going on the entire time. And that wasn't even the only high school I went to that had a sex room. Though I kind of think all high schools have a sex room. It's just a question of whether you know about it. Like, I know one of the high schools I went to, there was actually like a group of 2 or 3 kids that actually ran it and were making money because they had basically stolen the key to an unused used to be a classroom. Now it's just storage. So nobody ever goes in there. And it had like some old couches in it. And so they would actually like charge admission price. Basically, you could rent the room for like $10. And for like additional fees, they would provide like condoms, lube, candles, snacks, soda, beer. This is a real thing. I got a hold of the price list once, which actually was printed out and went around the school, and still nobody found it. This is a school that also participated in the annual Who is Gay list. Remember when those were a thing? I shrug, suddenly breathless and agitated. Blah, blah, blah. A puzzled expression flits across Christian's face. Kinky fuckery, he asks, his words a soft caress. We couldn't have come up with better words by now! I nod, feeling my face flame. Why am I embarrassed by this? I've done all manner of kinky fuckery with this man. Not really, you've done some very specific kinky fuckery, but certainly not all manner. He's my husband, damn it. Am I embarrassed because I want this and I'm ashamed to admit it? My subconscious glares at me. Stop overthinking. That is true, but this is also, like, she has been out of character this whole time. Did they spend the first 2 weeks of their honeymoon, because we only see the last week, did they spend the first 2 weeks with her, like, being heavily drugged and, like, under hypnotism, mental mind control? Like, there's a couple of movies I could point to. I'm going to point to The Blacklist here. Where is it? End of season 1, maybe? No, that's a different thing. I'm forgetting where. It's somewhere in The Blacklist, but there is a scene, and many other shows have done it, where we have leading character Liz being drugged and taken mentally into memories that have been, like, pharmaceutically and, like, brainwashy blocked off from her childhood, and then using those same techniques to try and unlock them now, even though they've been blocked for 20 years. That's what I mean, that thing. Where, you know, and other shows like Castle did it, and other shows did it. Because, yes, with the right combination of drugs, torture, and hypnosis, you can make your brain forget or change anything about your personality or your likes or dislikes that you want. And like I said, you can completely break down and reprogram a human being in like 48 hours if you really know what you're doing and you don't care if they live. But yeah, like, her entire personality is just entirely different in this book, because everything she was against, she's now for, and it comes out of nowhere. There's no justifying it. There's been no, like, lead up to it. It's just, no, literally all the things I said I will leave you if you don't stop doing. Well, now I want you to do all of them because we're married and that makes it okay somehow. No, it doesn't. Carte blanche, he whispers the question, eyeing me speculatively as if he's trying to read my mind. Carte blanche. Holy fuck. What will that entail? Yes, I murmur nervously, as excitement blooms deep inside me. He smiles a so sexy smile. They're going to do anal, aren't they? She just gave him carte blanche, and it's the one thing he's been pestering about, and they started to do, like, kind of, sort of. And never, never, ever, 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 ever give a partner carte blanche in the bedroom. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. Especially if it's Christian Grey. Come, he says, and tugs me towards the stairs. His intention is clear. Playroom. Yet where else is he going to take you? Also, your staff is in the house. He would like to go to a soundproof room for this, which I don't disagree with. At the top of the stairs, he releases my hand and unlocks the playroom door. The key is on the Yes Seattle keychain I gave him not so long ago. Because of course it is. She said yes to me, so I'm gonna use that keychain on my Red Room of Pain key. After you, Mrs. Gray, he says, and swings the door open. The playroom smells reassuringly familiar, of leather and wood and fresh polish. I blush knowing that Mrs. Jones must have been in here cleaning while we were away on our honeymoon. As we enter, Christian switches on the light, and the dark red walls are illuminated with soft, diffuse light. I stand gazing at him, anticipation running thick and heavy through my veins. We just had like 2 sex scenes in a row. I can't get a break tonight. Or another duck. This is my third shout out for more ducks being needed. You know, or handcuffs. I would equally take being in these right now just to cause myself some physical pain to distract from the mental pain that I'm in. That would be very nice. It occurs to me I haven't even been looking at my email. I forgot to send. Oh, crap. I was like mid-writing. Oh, damn it. I'm an idiot. Damn it. I I forgot to send that. Damn it. Damn it. You ever be in the middle of writing an email and then you get distracted by something and you think you sent it and you didn't? Damn it. Fortunately, it's Saturday. Nobody will know. I can still send it and it'll obviously get there before Monday, so it's okay. But I thought I did the thing and I didn't do the thing. What will he do? He locks the door and turns, inclining his head to one side. He regards me thoughtfully and then shakes his head, amused. What do you want, Anastasia? He asks gently. You. My response is breathy. He smirks. You've got me. You've had me since you fell into my office, deliberately dressed as a child according to the movie makers. They said it, not me. Surprise me then, Mr. Gray. His mouth twists with repressed humor and carnal promise. As you wish, Mrs. Gray. He folds his arms and raises one long index finger to his lips while he appraises me. I think we'll start by ridding you of your clothes. He steps forward, grasping the front of my short denim jacket. He opens it and pushes it over my shoulders so it falls to the floor. He clasps the hem of my black camisole. Lift your arms. I obey. Yes, I'm getting shorter because my chair is going down because it doesn't reliably stay up. It'll stop in a minute. Here, I whisper, gazing nervously at him as I remove the hair tie from around my wrist and hold it up for him. He stills and his eyes widen briefly but give nothing away. Finally, he takes the small band. Turn around, he orders. Relieved, I smile to myself and oblige immediately. Looks like you've overcome that little hurdle. He gathers my hair and braids it quickly and effectively before fastening it with the hair tie. He tugs the braid, pulling my head back. Good thinking, Mrs. Gray. He whispers in my ear, then nips my earlobe. What is her obsession with earlobes in this part? It's never been a thing before, and yet this is like the 10th time in just these two chapters. The whole like chapter 5 and like 2 pages. This is like the 6th or 7th time. Now turn around and take your skirt off. Let it fall to the floor. He releases me and steps back as I turn to face him, not taking my eyes off him. I unbutton the waistband of my skirt and ease the zipper down. The full skirt fans out and falls to the floor, pooling at my feet. Step out of your skirt, he orders. As I step towards him, he kneels swiftly down in front of me and grasps my right ankle. Deftly, he unbuckles my sandals one at a time while I lean forward, balancing myself with one hand on the wall under the pegs that used to hold all his whips and crops and paddles. Which, by the way, if he actually got rid of those, like threw them out, he's an idiot. The flogger and the riding crop are the only implements that remain. I eye them with curiosity. Will he use those? Okay, if you're okay with a flogger and a riding crop, how are you not okay? Like, because she said whips, crops, and paddles. Crops are riding crops, you dumbass writer. So why would he keep one and get rid of others? And also, if you're okay with a riding crop and floggers, how are you not okay with being paddled? Like, seriously? I'm not saying to each their own or you can't have a preference or one or the other, but if you're okay with those two, you're definitely okay with being paddled. Like, whips are a different thing. Some people draw the line there, sometimes for like historical reasons or, because it's too scary or whatever, but like, this is fucking ridiculous. And a flogger is a type of whip, by the way. Having removed my shoes, so I'm just in a lacy bra and panties, Christian sits back on his heels, gazing up at me. You're a fine sight, Mrs. Gray. He stands kneeling. Suddenly he kneels up, grabbing my hips, pulling me forward and burying his nose at the apex of my thighs. You smell of me and you and sex. He literally just stuck his nose in her vagina and sniffed. That would be the grossest thing. That would be such a turnoff if somebody did that to me. I'd be so done. I'd be like, okay, and you ruined it and gave me all the ick. I'm going away now. Ugh. Right, this is the problem when makeup starts to dry. It gets in your eyes. And I have an eyelash that's driving me crazy. Come on. Come on. There we go. No, we didn't. Okay, I'm just going to keep blinking. Just going to keep blinking because it's not coming out. You're intoxicating. He kisses me through my lace panties while I gasp at his words. My insides liquefying. He's just so naughty. Honey, he just stuck his nose in your vagina. That's way past naughty. Okay, seriously, I cannot see out of the eye. Great, makeup all over my hands. I still feel like there's something in my eye. It's really irritating. Gathering up my clothes and sandals, he stands in one swift, graceful move like an athlete. Go and stand beside the table, he says calmly, pointing with his chin. Turning, he strides over to the museum chest of wonder. He glances back and smirks at me. Face the wall, he commands. That way you won't know what I'm planning. We aim to please Mrs. Gray, and you want a surprise. Do we even have to ask which drawer he's going for? Like, come on. I turn away from him, listening acutely, my ears suddenly sensitive to the slightest sound. He's good at this. I know. Because it is. Because it is. No, you're not wrong though. This is the third sex scene tonight, and we're just starting the second chapter, and this is the third sex scene, and one of them was him strangling her in a car. But yeah, she's been super horny. And that was after we had a safety lesson on jet skis earlier because author does not know how to jet ski and said some really dangerous shit. So I was obliged to do a public safety announcement saying, please don't do this or think that this is true because you will end up dead. Oh, that burned. Oh. Okay, that did not go down well. Okay, I probably just drank that too fast because, like, this is the beginning of my third glass tonight. I haven't been drinking much, so yeah, I think I just drank that too fast. Oh, so it may be about to sneeze very loudly. So if your pets are sleeping, warn them. Because I have definitely startled the puppy awake sneezing in bed. He startles awake and he looks at me like, what was that? I was sleeping. I was really cozy. Really, Valley? He has an attention span of about 3 seconds. You can usually be distracted from anything by belly rubs. Certainly with food. And all you have to do is say the word food, and he's over whatever it was. He was a happy boy because he got to eat some chicken skin today. Chicken being like the food of the gods for him. This is why he could never visit you, Persnickety, because not only would he would chase the chickens until he died. I mean, if he got too close to them, he would back off immediately and remember that he's a tiny coward, but he would chase them all day and night. You know, chicken is his ambrosia. I made rice and chicken, so he got to eat some chicken skin, which made him the happiest little dog in the entire world. You know what? I'm highlighting the naughty. Where did I put my highlighter? I put it on the wrong side, and now I can't find it. Don't do that. I'm highlighting the naughty line because fuck it. I hear him put my shoes down and think my clothes are on the chest, followed by the telltale clatter of his shoes as they drop to the floor one at a time. Love barefoot Christian. A moment later, I hear him pull open a drawer. Toys! Okay, only children get to say toys with an exclamation mark. Oh, I love, love, love this anticipation. I don't. The drawer closes as my breathing spikes. How can the sound of a drawer render me a quivering mess? Well, if I have my back turned and I know there's a gun in the drawer, then yeah. It makes no sense. The subtle hiss of the sound system coming to life tells me it's going to be a musical interlude. A lone piano starts, muted and soft and mournful chords fill the room. It's not a tune I know. Oh god, this is the Edward writing like Bella's lullaby scene or whatever the fuck he called the song he wrote for her. It's gonna be something that Christian wrote for her because only in the last like chapter did we discover that A, he plays piano, B, he can apparently sing, and C, that his entire family, his entire life, had never heard him sing before. And so then the mom, out of nowhere, grabbed Anastasia and whispered to her, "Thank you, thank you, thank you," and basically said what the therapist said, that, oh my God, you're the cure to everything that's been broken in him. And oh my God, he's turning into like a real boy now. Like, fuck her and her, like, this is Cinderella fucking bullshit. If you told me that Christian Grey was Pinocchio and she's Jiminy Cricket, that would make more sense. Like, again, I'm writing a twisted fairy tale and it's better than this, but I don't claim to be copying anyone else except for the characters I borrowed because it's a fanfic. And I'm not copying any of the stories that have already been done. Nor am I claiming that what I write is anything to be emulated or seen as romantic. That is why I call it a twisted fairy tale. It is not in the vein of Disney, it's in the vein of the Grimm's brothers, which, if you've ever read them, the stories that Disney comes from are really fucked up. See that? Yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you, wise and learned, experienced person. Yes, you cannot fix someone else. Yeah, it's totally. He's been completely not a red flag parade like MAGA on that lake where they sunk a bunch of boats by being stupid. Totally didn't look like that at all. I think that was in Texas. It was a man-made lake that's like 10 feet deep, and they had like 300 boats, which is way too many for that small of a body of water. And most of the boats were too big to be on a lake that's that shallow because it's man-made, so it's very, very shallow. And like a number of them sunk, like over 20 of them wound up sinking, and like people nearly drowned. Nobody actually drowned, or I wouldn't be making a joke, but like, yeah, that's the level of red flags. It's the full like MAGA on parade. That's the red flags. Yes, this is his only flaw. You know, money covers a multitude of sin, but not that many. Though I'm sure it paid for Taylor's silence on unburying the previous submissives that didn't survive him. Which, after his admission that of seeing the after the violent handcuff fucking that was literally just pure like violent sex that I'm tempted to call rape, but I'll hold off. Apparently that was the first time he ever felt bad about seeing the marks that he left on his subs. So he buys her a $30,000 bracelet to say sorry because that's literally out of the domestic violence handbook. Oh, I beat the crap out of you. I feel bad about it now. Let me buy you a shiny present. By the way, that was like that the handcuff thing was literally because we've been following them every minute. That was literally like 48 hours ago. She would absolutely still have the marks from that, and if anything, they would be worse now because the bruising is set in. And yet, conveniently, there's no mention of them. And again, even though we know that they were photographed on their honeymoon, no reporters caught sight of her ankles, even though she was wearing sandals that did not cover the marks on her ankles. Nobody got a photo of that and said, oh, Mrs. Gray has ligature marks on her ankles during their honeymoon. What's going on aboard their private yacht? You don't think like every tabloid rag, like the Inquirer and like whatever the rest of them are stupidly called, you don't think they could have made a week's worth of headlines out of that? You know, the ones that like say like I had like Elvis's clone baby from 40 years ago, like those ones. You know, the ones that if you believe they're true, you should not be able to procreate or drive. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. It's not a tune I know. The piano is joined by an electric guitar. What is this? A man's voice speaks, and I can just make out the words. Something about not being frightened of dying? Wait, are you saying he's playing Johnny Cash? Like, it doesn't say the name of the song, which is very weird. That's for real, James, to not name drop an artist is very, very weird. So I wonder what song this was supposed to be. Piano and electric guitar, a man's voice, and something about not being frightened of dying. I don't know why Johnny Cash came to mind, but it did. I don't know all of his. I don't know like his complete like discography. Discology. No, discography. You know the word I'm saying. I can't say words. That is like a dyslexic proof word. But I don't know every song Johnny Cash ever did. I know Ghost Riders in the Sky. I know Boy Named Sue. I know the prison one. Is it Folsom Prison Blues? Something? And like maybe one or two others. I loved him on Dr. Quinn. For anyone who doesn't know, he was on Dr. Quinn, so was his wife. And they're amazing. And you should hear Sean Tooby talk about like the time he spent with Johnny Cash. Like the way he talks is so great. You can tell it meant the world to a little boy and he just worshipped him. Christian pads leisurely towards me, his bare feet slapping on the wooden floor. I sense him behind me as a woman starts to sing, wail, sing. What the fuck is he playing? Rough, you say, Mrs. Gray. He breathes in my left ear. You must tell me to stop if it's too much. If you say stop, I will stop immediately. Do you understand? Oh, so we're not playing the you'll say stop, but you won't mean it card today, which is what he said before ordering her to chug a clearly roofy gin and tonic. Yes, I need your promise. I inhale sharply. Shit. What is he going to do? Maybe you should have asked that before you said you have carte blanche. There's a reason you don't hand that out. I promise, I murmur breathlessly, recalling his words from earlier. I don't want to hurt you, but I'm more than happy to play. See, for him, playing does involve hurting. It's like when a kitten plays with your hand when you're rubbing their belly and then they want to play and the claws come out and they start nipping and they don't mean to hurt you. They're just trying to play. They're just being a kitten. But fact is, they are hurting you and they will draw blood because they're a kitten and they don't know how to control themselves. And to them, they're just playing. They're 100% just playing. They have no ill will or intent. They're not trying to hurt you, human. They're having a great time. They're just playing, and you're tickling their belly, and they're being a kitty, and they're the happiest thing in the entire world. That is Christian Grey. He does not have an appropriate gauge as to what is hurting and what is doing harm and what is too far because he has no normal. Like, this is why the only class I ever literally threatened to quit, and it was a class that I liked. The problem is it was more than one class in a class because it's high school. And so it was sociology, psychology, and and my brain is failing me. Sociology, psychology, fuck, I can't remember, and something that was also psych. And I like psych stuff, so I took it because it was a psych course, and I was planning to do psych stuff in college. And the problem is, when I got to the sociology unit, it was third out of four. So 25% of my total course was this sociology unit. I was at a work at your own pace thing. We didn't have like classes where you sit and get told this and then write answers. You read it out of a book. You read the lesson yourself. Teachers were available if you had questions. Hopefully they knew how to answer you. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. Because we only had like 3 teachers to cover every conceivable subject. So a lot of them had just gotten assigned to teach courses that they knew nothing about. Like literally, they only knew what was in the book, and sometimes they hadn't even read it. Like more than once, when I went to the teacher with a question, she would have to say, "Okay, I haven't read that section. Go sit down for 10 minutes. Let me read it, and then come back, and I'll hopefully be able to answer you." This was not the best education. The problem came when I was trying to answer questions on sociology because I had read the lesson, and in fact, I read it twice. The only time I ever read anything twice in school. Sometimes the only time I read anything once because I didn't need to. But I read it twice, and it still made no fucking sense to me. So I tried to answer the questions, hoping the questions would give me a clue, because sometimes you can discern a lot about the answer from the question, and you can fill up a lot of space by restating the question as part of your answer, and you'll sound smart doing it. That's a pro tip right there. And the problem is the questions also made no sense. None whatsoever. To the point where I couldn't answer. I got stuck. And I was talking to the teacher, and I just kept getting mad, and I kept getting more frustrated because she was saying things and talking and talking and talking, and I just wasn't understanding anything that she said. None of it made sense. She might as well have been speaking Swahili at me, until a penny finally fucking dropped when I went, wait, sociology is based on normal, isn't it? And ding, ding, ding. Because, yes, sociology is not a science. I'm one of those people that sociology is not a science. It's fucking bullshit made up in the 50s. It should not be called a science. It should not exist. It has no reason to exist because it translates basically as the science of normal. And that's the problem. Nobody's fucking normal. So the answer every answer was based on, if you grew up in a perfectly normal 1950s Leave It to Beaver, like Cleaver household, bewitched stereotype black and white bullshit. If you grew up in that like cookie cutter idealistic bullshit that nobody fucking did, then what is the normal answer to being in this social situation? Which is why I couldn't do it. Because I didn't grow up normal, so I didn't know what any of the normal shit was. So when they say, like, you're in a crowd of this and this happens, what is your answer? I learned that my answers were unacceptable. Do I care? No. Did I care then? No. Did I change them? No. I said, you know my history. You know I can't do this. I'm literally not capable. My brain doesn't think like this, and I'm not capable of thinking like this because I don't have the basis of experience that is anything close to normal to form these answers off of. So you're going to change this class. And I said that. I'm like, you're going to replace this unit with something because this is unfair. I'm literally at like a social disadvantage disability right now. I can't do this. And I had to argue for weeks. But I did wind up winning that one. And yeah, they replaced it with a different psychology part from a different course that I wasn't taking. Because there was just no way in hell that I could answer that, because it was asking me to answer the equivalent of a foreign language that I didn't speak. But it took me several weeks to get that through people's heads. But like that's a lot of what's going on here. These are two people that don't have normal. You know, and nothing wrong with that. You can be as abnormal as you like, and it again, it's what Tolstoy said about Anna Karenina. You know, each unhappy family, all happy families are alike. Each unhappy family is unhappy in their own way. And also, by the way, if we're using the word normal, that means that 50% of people are normal and 50% aren't. So, how do you decide who's in what camp? Who the hell are you to say what's normal and what's not? Also Handmaid's Tale, great quote about normal. Aunt Lydia says, normal is just what you're used to. She's 100% right. That's probably, normal is just what you're used to is probably the most honest statement I've ever heard. Because it's true. If normal to you is that when your mother wakes you up every morning, she punches you in the face to do so by way of an alarm clock, then that's normal. If normal is you have Weetabix and orange juice for breakfast every morning, that's normal. So I'm worried about what we're getting into here, but let's press on because I've rambled long enough. That was my longest rant tonight. I'm proud of myself. We got to 11:30 before I went on a rant. That's improvement. Can we call that social growth? Please don't. Good girl. Leaning down, he plants a kiss on my naked shoulder, then hooks a finger beneath my bra strap and traces a line across my back beneath the strap. I want to moan. How does he make the slightest touch so erotic? Would it surprise anyone if this room had how hotels and shit and casinos have their signature scent that they literally pump into the air, and they also over oxygenate the air to keep people awake. This is true, by the way. Anyone who doesn't believe me and thinks that casinos and some hotels, mostly casinos, don't pump extra oxygen and their signature scent into the air, fucking Google it, because I'm telling you the truth. But would it surprise anyone if this room not only had extra oxygen being pumped into it, but oxytocin or a good dose of amyl or something? That's in my head because I was researching today. I got to research Dante Alighieri and amyl nitrate today. Both for the same reason. Again, my Google search history definitely has me on watch lists. Take it off, he whispers in my ear, and I hurriedly oblige and let my bra fall to the floor. His hands skim down my back, and he hooks both his thumbs into my panties and slides them down my legs. Step, he orders. Once more I do as I'm told. That is her catchphrase. That is the only thing she has. I really wish from the beginning I counted how many times she says the words "I do as I'm told," because I think we're at double digits at this point. Because that's her new motto in life. I do as I'm told, as long as it's Christian doing the telling. Stepping out of my panties, he plants a kiss on my backside and stands. I'm going to blindfold you so that everything will be more intense. I bypass every joke I could make right now. He slips an airline mask over my eye. Wait, I call flag! Airline mask? You're a rich motherfucker. You're using some cheap ass airline mask. I know the kind that she means, but don't describe it like that when he's supposed to be rich. This is my point. He's a rich motherfucker. Why does he have such cheap ass toys and BDSM gear? Why? That was the most insulting part of the movie, that his gear was fucking shit. I really want to go get my braided whip. It's buried under the. Next week, I'm bringing out my braided whip to show what some quality looks like. It was fucking expensive, but I love it. He slips an airline mask over my eyes, and my world is plunged into darkness. Not in one of those masks, it isn't. They're fucking cheap and partially see-through. Some women singing moans incoherently. A haunting, heartfelt melody. Seriously, what song is this supposed to be? Bend down and lie flat on the table. His words are softly spoken. Now. Without hesitation, I bend over the side of the table and rest my torso on the highly polished wood. My face flush against the hard surface. Can I just say, how comedic would it be? Because she can't see. If she bent over too far and, whacked her head and passed out. I'm not being evil. I'm just saying it would be funny. It's cool against my skin and smells vaguely of beeswax with a citrus tang, so I'd be unable to breathe and choking. Stretch your arms up and hold on to the edge. Okay. Reaching forward, I clutch the far edge of the table. It's quite wide, so my arms are fully extended. If you let go, I will spank you. Do you understand? This is gonna be bad. This is gonna make me yell. Yes. You want me to spank you, Anastasia? She already told you yes. Everything south of my waist tightens deliciously. I realize I've wanted this since he threatened me during lunch. Okay, I'm sorry, but when you have to refer to your boyfriend, your husband, sorry, I gotta get in my head, they're husband and wife now, not just boyfriend, girlfriend. But when your husband is threatening you, which he did because she wasn't eating because he called her fat, and so he literally, in like his menacing, evil way, told her that if she didn't adjust her mood, he would take her to the boathouse and beat her right then and there. And like it was not in a flirty, sexy way. It was in a I don't like you that you're not eating, so you better start shoving food down your throat or I'm going to beat you right here and now, even though we're at my parents'. But he's done it before, so she knew that he would. And guess what? She started eating. And she even said, and this is what's fucking twisted, is after he threatened her, she actually said she felt better. It actually lifted her mood that he threatened her into eating. That made her feel better. So for anyone who wants to say she isn't brainwashed, I point you to that. And neither the car chase nor our subsequent intimate encounter has sated this need. Yeah, we had the questionable strangulation car sex as well. Yes, my voice is a harsh whisper. Why? Oh, do I have to have a reason? I shrug. Tell me, he coaxes. And from out of nowhere he smacks me hard. Ah! I cry out. Hush now. Okay, what? Is he hitting her because, like, she didn't say she let go, so what? Because she didn't tell him? Like, maybe she doesn't have a reason, dude. She doesn't know. She just, like, I don't know, I just wanted you to. You're getting what you want. Take it and be happy, douchebag. He gently rubs my behind where he hit me, and then leans over me, his hips dragging onto my backside. He plants a kiss between my shoulder blades and trails kisses across my back that would make me cringe so hard. I cannot stand people touching my back. Like I've broken glasses, I've thrown juice against the wall. I screamed in a bank once because somebody did the thing up my back. They didn't know. And I literally screamed in the middle of the bank and everybody looked at me and it was not good. But yes, maybe because the reason she wasn't eating is because he had called her fat. So that's why she wasn't eating in the first place. So yeah, I guess since he gave his command or whatever, she was like, okay, I can eat now. Again, James, watch Secretary with James Spader, because they did the control over food thing, only they did it in a non-eating disorder, non-disgusting way. And in a way that was actually consensual to both parties. I also point out that James Spader's ex-wife in Secretary, like literally you could copy paste how James Spader looks in that movie onto how Christian Grey looks and sometimes behaves. But his ex-wife, if that is not the model for Elena, I don't know who is. Why am I losing my place so much? He's taken his shirt off so his chest hair tickles my back. His erection presses against me through the rough fabric of his jeans. Am I delusional, or have we gone back and has the books gone back and forth on whether he has chest hair or not? Because I feel like sometimes he does and sometimes he doesn't. Open your legs, he orders. I move my legs apart, wider. I groan and spread my legs wider. Good girl, he breathes. He traces a finger down my back, along the crack between my buttocks, and over my anus, which shrinks at his touch. I'm going to have some fun with this, he whispers. I knew it, 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 I knew it. God damn it, I knew it. Fuck! Appropriately, the next line in the book is, fuck! I need a duck, people! This has got to be worth it somehow. No, I need handcuffs and a brick upside the head. Handcuffs and a lobotomy, please. Can we arrange that? Handcuffs and actual absinthe. Do you know there are places in Europe where you can get actual absinthe? I still want to do that. Because I've heard the non-make you crazy kind that they are legally allowed to sell now is bullshit for hipsters. But there are places where you can get the real deal. You have to sign a waiver, legit. Because it is literally poison. But you probably won't die. But I want to do it one time. And yes, I'm blaming movies Moulin Rouge and From Hell. Mostly From Hell, because I knew about it in Moulin Rouge because I'd seen From Hell. From Hell's an underrated good movie, god damn it. His finger continues down over my perineum and slowly slides into me. I see you're very wet, Anastasia. From earlier, from now. Okay, if it was from earlier, she wouldn't still be wet. I groan as he eases his finger in and out of me, over and over. I push back on his hand, relishing the intrusion. Okay, we're definitely taking some liberties that one finger can be felt that much. Oh, Anna, I think it's both. I think you love being here. Like this. Mine. You had to ruin it by saying mine. You were okay until you included the mine. I do. Oh, I do. He withdraws his finger and smacks me hard once more. Tell me, he whispers, his voice hoarse and urgent. Yes, I do, I whimper. He smacks me hard once more, so I cry out and then sticks 2 fingers inside me. Doesn't say where. He withdraws them immediately, spreading the moisture up, over, and around my anus. It's gonna be anal sex. I cut this out of the movie. The scene is not in the movie. I'm not prepared for this. I'm thinking that I stopped reading before this scene. I think we have crossed the point of where I originally read it before I lost it. I think we're in purely blind, uncharted territory at this point. Because we are 116 pages in. I don't think I got that far. I think I had just started this like a couple days before I moved. So I really think we were past the point of where I read before. So we're in blind territory from now on. What are you going to do? I asked breathlessly. Oh my. Is he going to fuck my ass? You gave him carte blanche, and you know it's the one thing he has wanted that you have not done yet. It's not what you think, he murmurs reassuringly. I told you, one step at a time with this baby. It's going to be toys. He's going to put toys in her ass, but not actually fuck her this time because he's pretending that, he's like training her ass, because that's one of the infamous lines in the first one, that your ass will need training. This is not how that works. There are plenty of videos. You can go watch how that actually works. This is not it at all. Do not take lessons on how to do anal sex or any sex from this book, ever. I hear the quiet spurt of some liquid, presumably from a tube, and his fingers are massaging me there again, lubricating me there. You just said anus like 3 times. Why are you being shy now? I squirm as my fear collides with my excitement of the unknown. He smacks me once more, lower, so he hits my sex, and I groan. It feels so good. You know, that's what I don't get. Being spanked on the pussy, I've got guys who like to do it, and I'm just like, why? Because it's just annoying. Keep still, he says, and don't let go. Ah, this is lube. He spreads some more on me. I try not to wriggle beneath him. He needed to tell her after the fact that it was lube and not what? Chocolate syrup? My heart is pounding. My pulse is haywire, as desire and anxiety pump through me. I've wanted to do this to you for some time now, Anastasia. I groan and I feel something cool, metallically cool, running down my spine. I have a small present for you here, Christian whispers. I'm gonna vomit. An image from our show and tell springs to mind. Holy crap, a butt plug. Christian runs it down the parting between my buttocks. Oh my. I swear, just get a duck every time I say that because it's still not getting any better. Never getting better at that. I feel so bad about that because I love George Takei so much. I got publicly humiliated at school for giving a book report on the autobiography he wrote when I was a child. I got absolutely fucking roasted by my entire class and the teacher. I'm going to push this inside you, very slowly. I gasp in anticipation and anxiety charging through me. Will it hurt? Yes. No, baby. It's small. Once it's inside you, I'm going to fuck you real hard. Again, not something to do to the uninitiated. You're like flirting with double penetration here. That can be mentally overwhelming. I practically convulse. Bending over me, he kisses me once more between my shoulder blades. Again, not sexy. Not sexy a thing. Ready? He whispers. Ready? Am I ready for this? Yes, I mutter quietly, my mouth dry. He runs another finger down past my ass and perineum and slips it inside me. Fuck, it's his thumb. He cups my sex with his fingers and caresses my clitoris. I moan. It feels good. As opposed to. And gently, while his fingers and thumb work their magic, he pushes the cold plug slowly into me. Ah! I groan loudly at the unfamiliar sensation. She's still using AH for pain, so every time she does, I'm assuming that it's pain. And yes, the way he is doing this could be painful. It would not necessarily. I'm not saying for sure, but probably to the uninitiated. My muscles protesting at the intrusion. He circles his thumb inside me and pushes the plug harder, and it slips in easily. And I don't know if it's because I'm so turned on or if he's distracted me with his expert fingers, but my body seems to accept it. That's literally just a question of force. It's heavy and strange. There. Okay, I wish I had this. I should have had this ready because I have the exact butt plug that's being described. And I thought that dropping my purse everywhere. God damn it. Why am I a klutz? Why is everything a mess? But I think it's the one that has succumbed to being a cat toy. And so I don't know where it is right now. Okay, hold on. I got to move my purse before I dump it again, and then I'm going to be pissed. This is what zippers are for. Okay. There. Disaster averted. But no, I don't think it's here because I think I put it away or the cat took it or something. But I have the exact butt plug that's being described and I wanted to demonstrate it. Not demonstrate, take that back, don't clip that. I wanted to show what it actually looks like. But I don't know where it is. God damn it, why am I not prepared? I didn't know this was coming. I didn't know this was here or I would have had props ready, okay? I'm sorry, I'm inadequate. Oh, I gotta stretch. Ow. Oh, baby. And I can feel it, where his thumb swirls inside me and the plug presses against. Oh, ah. Literally, it just stops mid sentence. It's not me. Okay, it just stops. It just stops in the middle of a sentence and changes into moaning. He slowly twists the plug, eliciting a long, drawn-out moan from me. Christian, I mumble, his name a garbled mantra. As I adjust as I adjust to the as I adjust to the sensation. Good girl, he murmurs. He runs his free hand down my side until he reaches my hip. Slowly he withdraws his thumb, and I hear the telltale sound of his zipper opening. Grasping my other hip, he pulls me back and parts my legs further, his foot pushing against mine. Don't let go of the table, Anna, he warns. No, I gasp. Something rough? Tell me if I'm too rough, understand? He's just gonna go like full pounding psychopath. Yes, I whisper, and he slams into me and pulls me onto him at the same time, jolting the plug forward deeper. Okay, there's like 4 things wrong with that sentence. 1, he slams into me, I get, and pulls me onto him at the same time. These 2 things do not go together unless he just ripped both her arms off. And as for jolting the plug forward deeper, unless he has now shoved it fully inside her ass, including the flat part at the end that is supposed to be where you can pull it out, unless he has fully pushed the entire thing inside of her, which dangerous, because good luck getting it out. No, it didn't move. They don't work like that. Okay, once it's in, it stops moving. Unless you force the stopper portion at the back in to the butt, which is very hard to do and dangerous, and you shouldn't do it. It's not moving. It's not getting deeper. It's not doing anything. I mean, can you feel it while he's fucking you? Hell yes, but it's not going forward and it's not going deeper. Because that's not how anything works. All right, I gotta have one last look because it's pissing me the fuck off that I don't have this. Why do I have so much crap on my desk? Ugh. Is that on the heater? Okay, I have to get up because that's going to be a fire hazard. Why can I never find anything when I want to? Don't answer that. Nope. No joy. Alright, but my point is, butt plugs have a flat part like this, like the plug if it's in my hand. There's a flat part here that's going to stop it from going any further. But next week I'll make sure I have some on hand. Maybe I put them away. Though I still think the one I had out definitely became a cat toy because it's small enough that he can whack it around. Fuck! I cry out. He stills, his breathing harsher, and my panting matches his. I try to assimilate all the sensations, the delicious fullness, the tantalizing feeling that I am doing something forbidden, the erotic pleasure that spirals out from deep within me. He pulls gently on the plug. Okay, so no, he didn't push it all the way in her, meaning it didn't move at all, and Neil James is just a shit fucking writer. As for the forbidden, please get over that shit. Okay, if there's something, and I've been having this conversation with a couple of friends recently that are only just now starting to accept their personal kinks and fetishes, that whatever turns you on, as long as you're not hurting anybody else, is fine. Nothing is forbidden. If you grew up with that shit, get it out of your head. You'll be a lot happier. Oh my. I moan and I hear his sharp intake of breath. That might have been my best George Takei impression ever. You know what? 11:50. So I might clip that one. That's probably my best ever. A gasp of pure, unadulterated pleasure. My blood heats. Have I ever felt so wanton? So, and it cuts off. Again, he whispers. Yes. Stay flat, he orders. He eases out of me and rams into me again. Oh, I wanted this. Yes, I hiss. The level of gaslighting she's doing on herself. I'm sorry, because what he's doing now is precisely everything that she didn't want the entire time up to right now. So, yeah, I'm saying he did some advanced rewiring of her brain for the first 2 weeks of their honeymoon. That's why we didn't see it in the book. And he picks up the pace, his breathing more labored, matching my own as he thrashes into me. Because it didn't say that he came, only that he's fucking her, so. Yeah. Ugh. Uh. Oh, Anna, he gasps. He moves one of his hands from my hips and twists the plug again, tugging slowly, pulling it out and pushing it back in. Don't do that to an anal virgin, you will hurt them. Like, that's the thing you don't do. You got to give her time to adjust and get used to it. So pulling it out and pushing it back in is actually how you highly discourage someone, and especially with someone who is an anal virgin and is still being like trained and stretched, etc. You can really hurt them doing this. The feeling is indescribable, and I think I'm going to pass out on the table. That would be appropriate. He never misses a beat as he takes me again and again, moving strong and hard inside me, my insides tightening and quivering. I think I saw a porno about this once. How many 50 Shades pornos do we think there are? It's gotta be over 1,000. Oh, fuck, I moan. This is going to rip me apart. There it is! Yes! Truer words were never spoken. Yes! That is what he is doing because he's doing this wrong and badly and would definitely be causing lasting physical injury to her right now by doing this like this. So I'm highlighting. I think I'm going to pass it on the table. And this is going to rip me apart. Still haven't finished highlighting from last week because I was afraid I would run out of highlighter. I have others, but for some reason I have like this weird autism, like things can't change thing about using different colors. Now I'm worried the pink's going to run out and I don't have another pink. And I have this weird thing that has to be the same kind, and these are Sharpie liquids that I don't think they even make anymore. Yes, baby, he hisses. Please, I beg him, and I don't know what for. To stop, to never stop, to twist the plug again. My insides are tightening around him and the plug. So she's so confused she has no idea what she wants right now, which includes possibly for him to either stop or keep going. She doesn't know what she wants. That's right, he breathes, and he slaps me hard on my right buttock, and I come, still spelling it wrong. Again and again, falling, spinning, pulsing around and around, and Christian gently pulls the plug out. Fuck, I scream, and Christian grabs my hips and climaxes loudly, still holding me. Okay, the way that's written, you could interpret that as her having multiple orgasms of like 5 or 6, which it's possible, but rare, and no. I'm just going with all of the no, because as described, as much as that is definitely capable of causing all the good, pleasurable feels, for somebody with her level of experience and the way that it was described and what he was doing, the only thing she would have been feeling more than physical stimulation of pleasure would have been pain. And probably confusion. Because, yeah, no, he did not handle that well. The woman is still singing. Christian always puts songs on repeat in here. Strange. Or maybe he doesn't want to be distracted by the music stopping. I'm curled in his arms on his lap, our legs tangled together, with my head resting against his chest. We're on the floor of the playroom by the table. Welcome back, he says, peeling the blindfold off me. I forgot that she was blindfolded the whole time, too. That would suck so hard. And we're assuming, like, when he's saying welcome back and now they're on the floor, did she pass out? Like, did she actually pass out? Because I know E.L. James thinks that every BDSM session ends with her, like, spending time in subspace, and that's supposed to be desirable, but subspace is a creepy thing when you actually know about it. So, whether it was that or she actually passed out, I'm going with passed out. This is disgustingly awful. I blink as my eyes adjust to the muted light. Tipping my chin back, he plants a soft kiss on my lips, his eyes focused on and anxiously searching mine. I reach up to caress his face and he smiles, so he's wondering if he went too far. Well, did I fulfill the brief? He asks, amused. I frown. Brief? He wanted rough, he says gently. I grin because I just can't help it. Yes, I think you did. He raises his eyebrows and grins back at me. I'm very glad to hear it. You look thoroughly well fucked and beautiful at this moment. He caresses my face, and his long fingers stroke my cheek. I feel it. I purr. He reaches down and kisses me tenderly, his lips soft and warm and giving against mine. You never disappoint. He leans back to gaze down at me. How do you feel? His voice is soft with concern. Good. I murmur, feeling a flush creep across my face. Thoroughly well fucked. I smile shyly. Why, Mrs. Gray, you have a dirty, dirty mouth. Christian feigns an offended expression, but I can hear his amusement. That's because I'm married to a dirty, dirty boy, Mr. Gray, and I'm going to vomit because that's not cute, it's just gross. He grins a ridiculously stupid grin, and it's infectious. I'm glad you're married to him. He gently takes hold of my braid, lifts it to his lips, and kisses the end with reverence, his eyes glowing with love. Oh my, did I ever have a chance of resisting this man? No! Truer words were never spoken. No, you didn't. Because he started brainwashing you the second that you met. Literally. Like, she has not made a free choice since she met him. I reach for his left hand and plant a kiss on his wedding ring, a plain platinum band matching my own. Really? That does not sound like wedding rings that they would have. Him, yes, her, no. Mine, I whisper. Yours, he responds. He curls his arm around me and presses his nose into my hair. Shall I run you a bath? Only if you'll join me in it. So she's just gone uber horny. Okay, he says, and sets me onto my feet and stands up beside me. He's still wearing his jeans. Will you wear your other jeans? He frowns down at me. Other jeans. The ones you used to wear in here. Those jeans? He murmurs, blinking with a perplexed expression. You looked very hot in them. Do I? Yes. I mean, really hot. Okay, really? Like, what is the difference between those jeans and the ones that he's wearing? Seriously. Because honestly, I thought he was wearing those jeans. He smiles shyly. Well, for you, Mrs. Gray, maybe I will. He bends to kiss me and then grabs a small bowl on the table that contains the butt plug, the tube of lubricant, the blindfold, and my panties. Who cleans these toys? I ask as I follow him over to the chest. He frowns at me as if not understanding the question. Me? Mrs. Jones? What? He nods, amused and embarrassed, I think. He switches off the music. Well, your subs used to do it. I finish his sentence, and he gives me an apologetic shrug. Hey, I made my subs clean up the toys. It's part of the gig. Here. He hands me his shirt, and I put it on, wrapping it around myself. His scent still clings to the linen, and my chagrin about the butt plug washing it. My chagrin about the butt plug washing is forgotten. I have to highlight that just because it's going to be funny as hell on the video. Yeah, absolutely. I do think that is, yeah, I've spoken about it a couple times, and yeah, I absolutely believe that. Because as we said, if I recall correctly, and I may well not, I believe that the only time there's any mention of her biological father is that he died when she was very young, and he was possibly a soldier, I believe. Um, but then her mom remarried, depending on how you read. Like, I think her dad died when she was like 2. And then her mom remarried, depending on how you read, either 4 or 5 times before her daughter went to college. So that puts every stepdad at lasting 2.5-ish years, which is a very short amount of time to go from meeting to married to divorced. And there's only one that she ever kept in touch with or considered to be a real father in any way. So we can definitely, if we want to get really dark, we can question what may have gone on in her life before. And mom definitely is the type that if she had said anything like that stepdaddy number 4 or 5 or whatever was doing something inappropriate, mom seems like the type that would slut shame and be like, well, why are you hitting on my man? She definitely seems like that type. But also just the flexibility, the lack of stability, the lack of personal identity. I mean, did her mom make her change her last name with every one of these guys? Like, no wonder she has no sense of self or identity or personality or any of that, you know? And her mom is the one who, when she ran to her for advice at first, her mom was like, yeah, if he's that controlling, if you're not feeling it, you should get out of the relationship. And then literally when Christian shows up and it's revealed that he's mega rich, the mom is like, go to him, go up to his hotel room and have sex with him right now. So the mom basically pimped out her own daughter. He leaves the items on the chest, taking my hand. He unlocks the playroom door. Wait, it locks from the inside? Wait. No, wait. He unlocks the playroom door and they're in. So it locks her. So she's locked in. Wait, what? I'm sorry. A whole new level of creepy just got added. I understand the door being locked from the outside because it's private and you don't want anyone who comes around, like, say, his mother, just wandering in there. So I get why it's a locked room from the outside. But you're saying the door is locked from the inside and that only he has the key? This is my final proof that several of his subs never made it out of this room alive. Then leads me out and downstairs. I follow him meekly. The anxiety, the bad mood, the thrill, fear, and excitement of the car chase have all gone. I'm relaxed, finally sated and calm. See, if you just have enough sex, your anxiety disorder will go away. And even when you've been in fear of your life and driven like an absolute maniac on highways where you should have absolutely killed yourself and several other people, and you should definitely be in jail for speeding and reckless driving like a fucking idiot right now, just have a lot of, like, really ill-advised sex and butt play and you'll be fine. As we enter our bathroom, I yawn loudly and stretch, at ease with myself for a change. Like, we're just learning, like, so much of what is wrong in her head. Like, I swear, E.L. James was like, well, I can't fix him. I can't make him not evil. So let's make her stupider, if that's even possible. And more, like, psychologically flexible than she already was, and let's pretend that she's now into all of this even though she's been opposed to it the whole time. We'll just pull a 180 because that's what E.L. James does when she needs to change a character. That's why Kate got stupid. Kate was the only real person in any of this. Now she's an idiot like the rest. And in the other ones, it was Caroline, who was real until she was like, "Oh my God, I can see you really love her. Go to her, Maxim." And I was so done at that point. She literally just changes her character. Like I've spent days writing myself out of a hole myself because I needed my characters and my story to do something, but it was against their character, and I had to figure out how to get it there. You know what I didn't do? I didn't just say, "Oh, they do this thing that they've been against the whole time and is completely against their character," because I fucking said so. I didn't do that. I figured out a way to make it work. Does that mean I usually added 2-3 pages to justify my ass? Yes. What is it? Christian asks as he turns on the faucet. I shake my head. Tell me, he asks softly. He spills jasmine bath oil into the running water, filling the room with its sweet, sensual scent. I flush. I just feel better. He smiles. Yes, you've been in a strange mood today, Mrs. Gray. Again, we're really touting that, like, sex is a cure for things, which you should not do. Standing up, he pulls me into his arms. I know you're worried about these recent events. I'm sorry you're caught up in them. I don't know if it's a vendetta, an ex-employee, or a business rival. If anything were to happen to you because of me, his voice drops to a pained whisper and I curl my arms around him. Because keep in mind, even though somebody set fire to the server room in his huge business tower, apparently they have no surveillance or security whatsoever, so they have no idea how anybody got in there. Aye. Like, the guy has security that can run your license plate while they're driving behind you. Like, that's not fucking illegal. But they have no surveillance in their server room to show them who put a bomb in there or anywhere else in the building. What if something happens to you, Christian? I voice my fear. Yeah, I'd be saying, am I in the will? What about children if we have any? Do I get to keep the apartment? He gazes down at me. We'll figure this out. Now let's get you out of this shirt and into this bath. By the way, did she walk through their house just wearing the shirt? Like, so no bottoms, completely naked when there's security and, like, Mrs. Jones around? Shouldn't you talk to Sawyer? He can wait. His mouth hardens and I feel a sudden pang of pity for Sawyer. What's he done to upset Christian? He gets to be near you. That's all that matters. Christian helps me out of his shirt and then frowns as I turn to him. My breasts still bear faded bruises from the love bites he gave me. Don't call them that. It was not love. That was him being a douchebag. That was him being an absolutely abusive monster and controlling his woman by physically abusing her and leaving marks on her body without her consent. And is also my number one proof of times he has roofied her, because how in the hell do you sleep through that? During our honeymoon, but I decide not to tease him about them. How about having him arrested for them? Can we do that? I wonder if Ryan is caught up with the Dodge. Yeah, is one of your security still following this car? Like, infinitely? Like, why? Why are you doing this? You have the license plate. You know the driver is a female. Why are you following? Why is one of your security still following this car? Like, why? We'll see. After this bath. Get in. He holds his hand out for me and I climb into the hot, fragrant water and sit tentatively. Ow. My ass is tender and the hot water makes me wince. Note she didn't say what part of her ass. Easy, baby, Christian warns, but as he says it, the uncomfortable sensation melts away. Oh, of course. Christian strips and climbs in behind me, pulling me against his chest. I nestle between his legs and we lie idle and content in the hot water. I run my fingers down his legs and and I run my fingers down his legs and gathering my braid in one hand, he twirls it gently between his fingers. We need to go over the plans for the new house. Later this evening? Sure. That woman is coming back again. My subconscious gazes up from volume 3 of the complete works of Charles Dickens and Glowers. I'm with my subconscious. I sigh. Fortunately, Gia Mateo's designs are breathtaking. I must get my things ready for work, I whisper. He stills. You know you don't have to go back to work, he murmurs. Oh no, not this again. Christian, we've been through this. Please don't resurrect that argument. He tugs my braid so my face tilts up and back. Just saying. He plants a soft kiss on my lips. Can I just say, okay, telltale response. Clearly, we know he doesn't want her to work. This is not the first time this has been brought up. He owns the company she works for. She doesn't have to work. And obviously, like, now she's married him. She's rich. She doesn't have to work. But she wants to, fine. What was his response? He grabbed her by the hair and tilted her head back, which is a controlling gesture, even if it's meant affectionately, which is arguable. So, yeah, that was a very dick thing to do in that moment, especially if you've already had it out on this and she's like, I'm going back to work. Which, again, she has every right to do. Like, do not let a man tell you you need to stay home and be Susie homemaker and raise some babies for him. Like, if you want to work, fucking work. And if you want to not have kids, guess what? That's an option. You don't have to get married and have kids. You can do the married and not kids thing. I pull on sweatpants and a camisole and decide to fetch my clothes from the playroom. Why? Why would you fetch your clothes from the playroom? They're dirty, leave them, somebody will get them. Also, do you have a key? I make my way across the hallway and I hear Christian's raised voice from the study. I freeze. Where the fuck are you? Yeah, because... Yeah, see, there you go. There you go, he can just fire her. That's the answer. That is the actual answer. He should just fire her. Or better yet, just liquidate the company. Like, it's not like he needs the money that at this day and age a publishing house doesn't make. Like, just liquidate the fucking company. End of. But yes, you're absolutely right that he could fire her, she'd be mad, and then he'd say something dickish, kiss her, fuck her, and then she'd be like, oh my god, you're so right. It's so good that you fired me, because now I can be here to be your personal fuck doll and wait on my knees with my mouth open day and night. I know, I don't, yeah, I know. Also, yes, also that. Yes, they are in the middle of taking a bath, so I don't know what the fuck this is about getting her clothes. Yeah, like, literally, and there's no space. There's no space between there. It literally just goes one line on top of the other. So maybe there was supposed to be a space there to show that it was like time passed, but there isn't an actual space there. Oh shit, he's shouting at Sawyer. Cringing, I dash upstairs to the playroom. I really don't want to hear what he has to say to him. I still find shouty Christian intimidating. Okay, if you're married to someone and you find them like that intimidating that you're scurrying like a little mouse in your own home, hoping he doesn't notice you because he's going to yell at you or take it out on you, get a divorce! Poor Sawyer. At least I get to shout back. Which you never do, and he never fucking listens when you, like, the 2 times. Literally, I think it's only twice she has ever made any attempt to actually stand up to him. And he's blatantly ignored her both times and publicly kidnapped her once. I gather up my clothes and Christian's shoes, then notice the small porcelain bowl with the butt plug still on top of the museum chest. Well, I suppose I should clean it. Okay, 2 questions. 1, how did she get back in the room? We know it's always locked. There's no way that he took her to have a bath and didn't lock it behind him. So how did she get in the room? 2, why the fuck do you care, bitch? I'm sorry, but why the fuck do you care? You've been told that there is a staff who will do it. Let them do their job. Stay the fuck out of there. And this is just ridiculous attempt to make her look normal, or like, oh, she's so innocent and homespun. She can't get through her head the idea that they have servants to do this. Or just like, no, it's too embarrassing to ask somebody else to clean sex toys. You know what? Most sex toys are dishwasher safe, honey. Like, and it's not 15 whatever. Grow the fuck up. And now, like, her saying, I suppose I should clean it, is her putting herself, like, because he said his subs used to do it. So it's like her acting like that, and it's sickening. I add it to the pile and make my way back downstairs. I glance nervously through the great room, but all is quiet, thank heavens. Taylor will be back tomorrow evening, and Christian is generally calmer when he's around. Taylor is spending some quality time today and tomorrow with his daughter. I wonder idly if I'll ever get to meet her. Yeah, do we ever find out anything? Probably not. Mrs. Jones comes out of the utility room. We startle each other. Mrs. Gray, I didn't see you there. Oh, I'm Mrs. Gray now. You are Mrs. Gray now. Hello, Mrs. Jones. Welcome home and congratulations, she smiles. Please call me Anna. Mrs. Gray, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. Oh, why must everything change just because I have a ring on my finger? Because it changes shit, you dumb. And also, do you think Christian would be okay with her calling you Anna? Because I don't. And we know that he will fire the staff if they don't control you the way that he tells them to. Would you like to run through the menus for the week? She asks, looking at me expectantly. Menus? This is not a question I have ever anticipated being asked. And yet you've been asked it before, so why are you surprised? She smiles. When I first worked for Mr. Gray, every Sunday evening I would run through the menus for the upcoming week with him and list anything he might need from the grocery store. I see. Shall I take those for you? She holds out her hands for my clothes. Oh, um, actually, I haven't finished with these. And they are hiding the bowl with the butt plug in it. I turn crimson. It's a wonder I can look Mrs. Jones in the eye. She knows what we do. She cleans the room. Geez, it's just weird having no privacy. Okay, yes, that would be weird, but it's also not the same as having no privacy because this is a staff member who is definitely under a heavy NDA to never talk about any of this. And clearly she's fine with it because she's been doing it for years and has probably seen a hell of a lot worse with his other subs. So, like, seriously, just let her do her damn job. Stop acting like such a prude. Like, again, if you make her religious, she makes way more sense. But she's not, so grow the hell up. When you're ready, Mrs. Gray, I'd be more than happy to run through things with you. In other words, let me tell you how I run your household. Thank you. We're interrupted by an ashen-faced Sawyer. He stalks out of Christian's study and briefly crosses the great room. He gives us both a brief nod, not looking either of us in the eye, and slinks into Taylor's study. I'm grateful for his intervention as I don't wish to discuss menus or butt plugs with Mrs. Jones right now. Offering her a brief smile, I scurry back to the bedroom. Will I ever get used to having domestic staff at my beck and call? Yes. I shake my head. One day, maybe. Okay, I'm sorry, this is too goddamn much. I know they're trying to make her like homespun girl next door who just can't get used to having all this money and all these people waiting on her. It's been almost a month. And in my experience, most people get used to that shit in a matter of minutes, not days, not weeks, not a month. No, she was not. As we know, she has met Mrs. Jones in both of the previous books and has even given her instructions as to what she would like to find in the fridge to cook for dinner and what, like, Mrs. Jones has asked her, like, what should I make you for lunch? And they've had those conversations. So, no, none of this is a surprise. She's just, E.L. James is a hack and is trying to keep her, like, innocent and whatever by saying, oh, she just can't get used to having people wait on her. It's just shitty fucking writing. Yes, that would be goddamn funny. Or if she was like, if she looked at it and was like, "Oh, he used the like number 2 on you. That's one of his favorites." That would also be funny. Or if we found out that Mrs. Jones was one of his former subs. I dump Christian's shoes on the floor and my clothes on the bed. I take the bowl with the butt plug into the bathroom. I eye it suspiciously. Like it's going to attack you? It looks innocuous enough and surprisingly clean. Lube will do that. I don't want to dwell on that. I wash it quickly with soap and water. Will that be enough? I'll have to ask Mr. Sexpert if it should be sterilized or something. I shudder at the thought. Given that it's metal, you're probably safe with just soap and water. Like, I like that. I like that Christian has turned the library over to me. It now houses an attractive white wooden desk that I can work at. I take out my laptop and check my notes on the 5 manuscripts I read on our honeymoon. Really? You read 5 whole, like, manuscripts, meaning like half a book, on your honeymoon? Or do you only think you did because that was during the time they were reprogramming your brain? Because we certainly didn't see her do any work, but we were only with them for the last, like, 3 days. We didn't even get to see the wedding. By the way, how do you write a series that leads up to this big wedding and then you don't show the wedding? You don't write the fucking actual wedding. How do you do that? Yep, I have everything I need. Part of me dreads going back to work, but I can never tell Christian that. He'd seize on the opportunity to make me quit. I remember Roche's apoplectic reaction when I told him I was getting married and to whom, and how shortly afterwards my position was confirmed. I realize now it was because I'm marrying the boss. Oh! Oh, you think, you dumbass bitch! You fucking think! You fucking think that you have been out of college for like 4 goddamn days. You don't know shit about fuck. You're not qualified for anything. You can't even manage travel arrangements and a cup of fucking coffee for your boss. And then he gets fired, rightfully so, and you get promoted to lead editor at an actual publishing house that appears to be successful, and you're fucking shocked that it's because your boyfriend bought the company? But thank you, E.L. James, for dropping the absurd fucking assertion that you had in the last book that she was somehow voted in because she was fucking qualified. So thank you for at least admitting that, yes, her husband bought the company, bought her the position, and he doesn't care if she runs it into the goddamn ground, which she will, because he wants it to not exist anyway, because then he can say, oh, you tried to work and it just didn't work out, but now you have to be a stay-at-home wife and be mine forever and stay in our apartment where I can spy on you with all the cameras and listening devices I definitely have around so I can watch you 24/7. Honestly, yes, and it's not that she figured it out. Again, she is out of character this entire book. She's been out of character from page 1, including this. Because she is not smart enough to fucking figure this out at all. But again, it's the last book, and a lot of this is E.L. James trying to undo the sins of her past and trying to make it not as bad and trying to answer the critics and say, like, that's not what I meant, and it's not really blah, blah, fucking blah. But it is. Like, you can't come back at the 11th hour and change this shit and expect people not to know that, no, bitch, you already had 1,000 pages before this saying the exact opposite. You don't get to 180 it and hope nobody fucking notices. The thought is unwelcome. I'm no longer acting editor. I'm Anastasia Steele, editor. Okay, no, she's not, you fuckwit. She's Anastasia Gray, and they already had an argument about her, like, using her, like, married name, or is that later? Is it later they have an argument? I don't know. He already argued with her about how she signed her name at work or some fucking shit. And I have no doubt that will happen again. Or maybe I did read that part and I kind of remember. Though I feel like they already had an argument about how she signs her name at work or something. That, like, as soon as she said yes to his proposal, he was like, well, you need to change your name to Gray immediately. Or some shit. Didn't he show up at her office bitched about that she hadn't changed her email? Or am I remembering that from, like, chapters future? And maybe I did actually read a little further than I thought. I don't know. If that happens next week, then apparently I did. I don't know. But I feel like that already happened. I don't know. They had so many email conversations and arguments while she was at work and never working. I hadn't plucked up the courage to tell Christian that I am not going to change my name at work. I think my reasons are solid. I need some distance from him. But I know there will be a fight when he finally realizes that. Okay, maybe I just remember that scene from something else. Is that in the movie? It might be. Perhaps I should discuss this with him tonight. When has discussing things with him ever worked out for you? He never listens. And he's not going to accept that you need distance from him. He's going to tell you, my name carries weight in this town, baby. You should use it. Because he doesn't care about her being qualified or any of that shit. That doesn't fucking matter when he can just buy her into whatever she wants to make her feel better. But he expects her to be like placated, knowing that it's fake because he bought it for her. She didn't earn it. She's not qualified. Nobody's giving her respect. Like, this is why Nicolas Cage changed his name to Nicolas Cage. For anyone who doesn't know, his given name is Nicholas Ford Coppola. As in, yes, he is the nephew of Francis Ford Coppola, the famous and amazing and legendary director. So when he started out in acting, he was filming, I think, a commercial or some shit, and he overheard people saying that, like, this guy is from nowhere, he's nobody, and yet he's getting gigs that actors who've been in it for 5 or 10 years can barely hope to get just because his last name is Coppola, and people are sucking up to his famous relative. He didn't like that, so he changed his name to Nicolas Cage because he wanted to be able to say he made it on his own credit. Which I understand that feeling. Whether he actually did or not, or whether it prevented anyone from knowing he's the nephew of Francis Ford Coppola, I have no idea. But it made him feel better, and I give him credit for at least saying, I don't want to trade on my family name. I want to be hired because I have skill. She is doing none of that. She is paying lip service to that, kind of, sort of, not really, not even like with any emphasis or like she means it, but we all know that everything she is getting is because of his money, influence, and name. So just fucking own it, bitch. Own the nepotism. If you're not going to go against it and hardcore put your foot down, and if she wanted to make it on her own, here's what you do. One, you quit working for that company immediately, because you're never going to get a fair shake there. He's destroyed it. He's absolutely ruined it, and I'd be bitched and I'd tell him. Two, get a new job somewhere else and never ever tell him where it is. Granted, he'll find out in 10 minutes because he's having you stalked around the clock. But make it very fucking clear he did not interfere, and this time make it stick. Because if you want to make it on your own, you have to make it on your own. Sitting back in my chair, I start my final chore of the day. I glance at the digital clock in my laptop, which tells me it's 7 in the evening. Christian still hasn't emerged from his study, so I have time. Taking the memory card out of the Nikon camera, I load it up into the laptop to transfer the photographs. As the pictures upload, I reflect on the day. Is Ryan back, or is he still on his way to Portland? Has he caught up with the mystery woman? Has Christian heard from him? I want some answers. I don't care that he's busy. Okay, I got confused and thought that it was Sawyer who was following the car, and that's why Christian was yelling at him, because maybe he lost it, or like he ran out of gas or something stupid, and so that's why he lost it, and that's why Christian like ripped him a new one. But no, it's the other guy, Ryan, who, by the way, didn't exist before the scene where he existed, and no explanation has been given for his existence. So apparently Sawyer is in trouble for something else that I don't know what the fuck, and somebody named Ryan suddenly exists, and they're apparently following this car still, even though it's for like 5 hours. Like, at some point, dude, you are stalking the other car. They're gonna call the cops on you. Has he caught up with the mystery woman? Has Christian heard from him? I'm sure he's called him like a billion times saying, where are you? Are you still following them? Have you learned anything? And again, douchebag, have the police stop the fucking car. Like, instead of going on some insane drag race shit down a fucking highway and endanger hundreds, if not thousands of people with your dumbass stunting, which, for those who don't know, stunting is a car law in Ontario that will absolutely get your license suspended, and it covers a very wide variety of things, overly broad, I do admit, but it's one of those laws that covers things that there aren't other laws for, and it can be misused, yes, but it can also be used to very great effect, and Like, the fact that they didn't get pulled over, and the answer, instead of calling the police and saying, we're being followed by this car, please meet us at this intersection and stop this black Dodge, which Christian absolutely has the pull to do, instead of going on a high-speed fucking chase over, like, dozens of miles through a major populated city and down a highway, like, and again, like, having them don't follow this car forever. Call the fucking cops, say, this car was following me, it threatened me, look into it. You have your own security. Have them look into it. You don't need to physically be following this car right now. That's stupid. And you had to invent a security person who didn't exist in any previous scene, and I have no doubt we'll never hear again, to do it. Like, the level of hack has just gone up so hard, which I didn't think was possible, and yet here we are. I want some answers. I don't care that he's busy. I want to know what's going on. And suddenly I feel a tad resentful that he's keeping me in the dark. That's a big first. All he's ever done is keep you in the dark. And I suddenly feel a tad resentful he's keeping me in the dark. I rise, intending to go and confront him in his study. But as I do, the photos from the last few days of our honeymoon pop up on screen. Aw, she's going to catch all the feels and forgive him before she confronts him because, as we know, her confronting him doesn't do shit. Holy crap. Picture after picture of me. Asleep. So many pictures of me asleep. Oh, so she didn't know that he took like a ton of photos of her asleep, which I admit is a little creepy. Okay, I don't mean this in a creepy way. I mean in a cute way. I have some of these. My grandfather would do this whenever me and my cousin, the one that I was close to, would visit, because we'd always wind up in the same bed. Didn't matter if we had bunk beds, didn't matter if we had separate beds. We always, once the adults left the room, we crowded into the same bed when we were little kids, because that's what little kids do. And we'd always wind up asleep on top of each other. And he would always come in like after we were asleep and take a picture of us asleep, like one a year kind of thing. So I have a few of them. I actually have them in an album like next to me that I don't want to pull out right now because it will disturb Ralph. I'll shout out to Ralph, by the way. Shout out to Ralph, who is still waiting for friends. This is the last call for new ducks. We only got 2 pages left, so he says, "Get me a friend. I'm lonely and the kitty tried to eat me." Also, yes, the kitty did. Where is it? See, Kitty bit the duck stage. She was trying to steal Ralph, and he got mad, and he bit the duck stage. So I will repair it. The duck stage will be repaired. I didn't notice it until like right before. I saw him like get up and try and steal Ralph, but I didn't realize that he damaged the stage before I chased him off. So it'll be fixed for next week. But yeah, Kitty got mad. He's such a fucking brat. Asleep, so many of me asleep. My hair over my face, fanned out across the pillow, lips parted. Shit. Sucking my... Now I'm gonna fucking die. Sucking my thumb. I haven't sucked my thumb for years. How the fuck would you know? If you sleep alone, how the hell do you know what you do when you're asleep? I'm saying that in general to everybody, because I had a problem with this once. But oh my god, we could not go any harder with the infantilizing than saying, oh, she sucks her thumb in her sleep. Which is a sign of very deep-seated fucking horrific abuse, by the way. No grown-ass adult does that unless they were horrifically abused at a before you're old enough to remember shit age. That's a fact. That's getting highlighted, even though it's going to make me puke. Yeah, I'm saying, James, you have like an infantilism fetish that you need to get in touch with and process so it stops bleeding into your work unless it's intentional, in which case, put your big girl diaper on and just write an ABDL series already. Because you're clearly hinting around it in both of these series, so just go full fucking hog. Write the daddy book already. That I already want to vomit just saying that, because we both know she will at some point. There'll be a guy who has the infantilism kink and finds a girl that he puts in pigtails and puts in a diaper and makes her suck on a pacifier, and he has an adult-sized crib and an adult-sized um, high chair. Again, if this is your kink, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with this. I'm saying E.L. James is wrong about everything. So if that's your kink, fine. But if she were writing it, it would be horrible in many, many ways. So many photos. I had no idea he'd taken these. There are a few candid long shots, including one of me leaning over the rail of the yacht, staring moodily into the distance. How did I not notice him taking this? Yeah, seriously, it's a big ass camera. As described, it's very similar to my camera, and you better believe if I'm wearing it around my neck, A, it's heavy and it hurts, and B, if I'm holding it up taking a picture, it's very noticeable because it's a big ass camera. I smile at the photos of me curled up beneath him and laughing, my hair flying as I struggle, fighting his tickling, tormenting fingers. I'm sorry, was he taking pictures of her while he was torture tickling her? I don't remember that. I remember the torture tickling. I don't remember that he was taking pictures while doing it. I don't think she wrote it that way. I think she forgot to write in that he was taking pictures when we read that scene, because I don't remember that he was doing that, and yet now it says that he was. I remember the tickling. I don't remember that he was taking pictures through it. I don't think it was. I think that's some retcon. And there's one of him and me on the bed in the master chamber he took at arm's length. I'm cuddled on his chest and he's gazing at the camera, young, wide-eyed, and in love. Can you call someone who's 28 young? If you're like 60, maybe. You know, I'm 37. I don't get called young lady anymore, which is sad. And also, I was thinking about it the other day. If somebody actually did call me young lady, would I like it or not like it? And it comes down to how they meant it or tone. But also, don't call me ma'am. I've always hated being called ma'am. Also, because the way I was raised, ma'am has married connotations, so don't call me ma'am because I'm not married. His other hand cups my head, and I'm smiling like a love-struck fool. Well, you're struck by something that weren't love. But I cannot take my eyes off Christian. Oh, my beautiful man. His ruffled, just-fucked hair, his gray eyes glowing, his lips parted and smiling. My beautiful man who cannot bear to be tickled, who cannot bear to be touched, who could not bear to be touched just a short while ago, yet now he tolerates my touch. I must ask him if he likes it or whether he lets me touch him for my pleasure rather than his. In other words, am I doing something he doesn't want just because he's letting me? How ironic would that be? I frown, gazing down at his image, suddenly overwhelmed by my feelings for him. Someone out there wants to harm him. First Charlie Tango, then the fire at Grey House, and that damned car chase, which could have been fake, by the way. They never actually confirmed that the Dodge was actually following them because it was ambiguous, and they never did anything to actually verify that the Dodge was, in fact, following them. I know she tried to write it that way, but the fact is she failed because from what they did, it could have just been easily been another car that was just taking the same fucking highway and the same exit to get back to Seattle. It could easily have just been a car driving back to Seattle the same as they were. Like, there was no proof that this car was intentionally following them because they did not prove that. As I said at the time, I said about 4 different tips on how to tell if somebody's following you and what to do. And they didn't do any of them. So they do not know that this car was actually fucking following them. The writer's saying it because that's what she intended, but she didn't prove it. Which part made you puke this time? That she cares that somebody wants to harm him when I'm actively rooting that somebody harms him? All right, we got 1.5 pages left. This is the last call for ducks. If you're intending or willing to sponsor a duck, then this is your last chance. Though I am going to read a palate cleanser at the end of this. I know, right? Because they're all bullshit. None of them are true. None of them have been true. Like, she's so delusional at this point. And I can't even blame it on the pregnancy hormones yet because it's too early. So, yeah, her bullshit. And the like, oh, it's so sweet that he's taken like dozens of pictures of me sleeping. Why are we suddenly seeing several people coming in at once? I have one page left. Hi, everyone who's just come in at the literal last minute. Please like and subscribe. I hope you will come back next week because we're about like 7 minutes from being finished. But thank you for being here. Please leave comments in the chat. Consider sponsoring a duck and definitely like, comment, and subscribe. That damned car chase. I gasp, putting a hand to my mouth as an involuntary sob escapes because she's so emotional. That's what we're supposed to get this whole scene. She's so emotionally haywire. She's angry, she's sad, she's horny, she's all over the place. She wouldn't be any of that yet. Abandoning my computer, I leap up to find him. Not to confront him now, just to check if he's safe. You're in your fucking fortress of a penthouse. He's fine. You walked past his office like 3 seconds ago. Not bothering to knock, I barge into his study. Christian is sitting at his desk talking on the phone. He looks up in surprised annoyance, but the irritation on his face disappears when he sees it's me. So you can enhance it further, he says, continuing his phone conversation, though he doesn't take his eyes off me. Without hesitation, I walk around his desk, and he turns his chair to face me, frowning. I can tell he's thinking, what does she want? Yeah, because God forbid his wife comes into his office when it's 7 at night and she's wondering, like, where are you? Is one of your staff still following a car to possibly where the fuck ever? Did that car corner them and kill Ryan? What the hell? Like, if he's on the phone being told Ryan's body has just been found in like the ditch in the side of the road, are we surprised? No. When I crawl onto his lap, his eyebrows shoot up in surprise. So now she's, oh my God. Now we're literally, after we have photos of her asleep and sucking her thumb, now she's a scared little girl that is running to daddy to crawl up in his lap and say, make me feel safe. I reiterate, all of that, because it's deserved. I put my arms around his neck and cuddle into him. Gingerly, he puts his arms around me. Daddy, 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 daddy issues. Yeah, right? Like, my grandfather taking one picture a year, that's cute, that's a family thing, and I always found it kind of creepy, but I get it. And it's cute in its way. But yeah, him taking, because also keep in mind, she only gave him the camera on their second last day of their honeymoon. So he had it for that evening, and then one day, and one other evening, and then they came home today. So she's only been asleep twice that he's had the camera. And yeah, he's taken hundreds of pictures of her asleep, including some where she's apparently sucking her thumb as a grown-ass adult. Which, if that doesn't speak to I was raped as a little girl and don't remember it, I don't know what does. And for anyone telling me I shouldn't say that thing, go fuck yourself, because I have every goddamn right. Yes, Barney. I'm never gonna not laugh at the name Barney, and now the Kill Barney songs from kindergarten are in my head. Please leave a comment or a like in the chat. Did you go to a school when you were in kindergarten, grade 1, grade 2, that had the Kill Barney songs? And do you remember any of them? I still remember one. There were more. There were about 4 or 5 that went around my elementary school, but I remember one of them in great detail. And I remember the teachers overhearing us one time, and we got, shall we say, disapproving looks. So one of the few times it was actually really funny at school, and I went to a Catholic school at the time. So us singing about murdering Barney was probably not. See, exactly. No, none of them are when I'm an adult. We were like 5 years old and we looked really cute, literally on top of each other, sleeping in, like little kids, like you'll walk in and they're like sleeping, standing on their head. It was that. We looked adorable and on top of each other and we're little and cute. And, they put us to bed in separate beds. And then 5 minutes later, we're in the same bed on top of each other. And like, somebody's leg is up the wall and somebody else is half out of the bed and all the covers are on the floor. Can I also point out that while looking at these photos, she basically had an anxiety attack and needed to run to him to see that he was physically safe because she was freaking out for no reason, because they've been home this whole time and she knows he's perfectly safe and in his study. Like, she literally walked past the study on the way to the library where she was looking at the photos, and then like 10 seconds later was like, oh my god, what if something happened to him, and had to run and verify that he's okay. And then curl up on his lap like a toddler. He cups the phone against his shoulder. Anna, what's wrong? I shake my head, tipping my chin up. He gazes into my eyes. I pull my head free from his hold. When did he grab her head, or is that just... I'm sorry, did E.L. James just like forget to write that in because it's just assumed that he's always grabbing her by her hair? I think she did. Because I'm scanning back and no, it just said he put his arms around her. It didn't say he was holding her by her hair, and yet I pull my head free from his hold. I want to know. Tuck it beneath his chin and curl up smaller on his lap. When you thought it couldn't get worse. Bemused, he wraps his free arm more tightly around me and kisses the top of my head. So he went from what's wrong to I don't care as long as she's cuddling on my lap. Okay, Barney, what were you saying? Yeah, no chance he's going to get off the call and say, like, sorry, I need to take a personal moment or something's happening, I'll call you back, and actually deal with why your grown-ass adult wife has literally come into your office without a word, looking panicked and upset, and literally curled up on your lap like a tiny child, clinging to you, obviously desperate and panicked, and is refusing to speak. But you're going back to your business call. Because you love her and care about her well-being so much, you epic fucking douchebag. Okay, Barney, what were you saying? He continues, wedging the phone between his ear and his shoulder, and taps a key on his laptop. A grainy black and white CCTV image appears on the screen. A man with dark hair wearing pale coveralls comes onto the screen. Christian presses another key and the man walks towards the camera, but with his head bowed. When the man is closer to the camera, Christian freezes the frame. He's standing in a bright white room with what looks like a long line of tall black cabinets to his left. This must be Greyhouse's server room. Okay, Barney, one more time. Okay, why does he have crappy black and white CCTV in? Let's just remind everybody. Let me just get to the actual page here. I forgot there's like 27 lead-in pages. Okay, 2011. Okay, 2011 is when this fucking book was published. And this is not New York City body cam footage, which is degraded the second that it's stored because they get a billion gigs of footage a day, so it's kind of understandable that unless it's flagged to be saved in high res, it's not. This is a fucking billionaire at his own company who apparently has black and white CCTV in 2011, which is kind of shocking, and apparently has grainy low-res 80s looking bullshit with no audio. Do you have any idea what was fucking available on the market in 2011? Like, this is the height of upskirt cams and toilet cams and, porn houses where, actresses just live there naked and fuck all the time and people watch it on the live stream for $30 a minute. There's better technology available, and didn't we get told he owns a telecom company? So guy who owns the telecom company has fucking shitty surveillance that sucks and is 20 years out of date. And oh yes, he absolutely is. 100, yeah. No, and that again, that is exactly what E.L. James intended him to be. To her, he is Prince Charming. Because he's Prince, like Scrooge McDuck wealth. And that makes him Prince Charming. Yeah, we really don't know what he does other than business. Like I said, I think it got mentioned one time that it was some kind of telecom company, or like they sold phones or something, or maybe it was that, what was that phone, the video phone company that like Trump promoted and then it was a scam? Oh, it was like ATV or ATM, AMB, something. It was one of those like video, and it was on an episode of The Apprentice, and it turned out to be a huge fucking scam. And yeah, if that's the company that Christian Grey runs, I get it. But yeah, he's supposed to be, and he's got his security staff, by the way, the thing that he was told on why the black Dodge car was supposedly following them was because his security, while they were driving from his parents' house back to Seattle, apparently his security, while on the road in 2011, had the ability to run people's license plates and found out, oh, that car has a fake plate. Therefore, it's following you, Mr. Gray, and is a threat to you. Again, they didn't establish either of these things. It's a car with a fake plate, so fucking what? There's probably 1,000 of those on the road in any given state. That doesn't prove anything. And like I said, they never actually did anything to prove that this car was actually following him and not just going the same way. They never proved that in any way. And having a false plate doesn't mean that you're following somebody or have any ill intent. I know, I'm aware. I said it was the video phone one. If there's been more than one video phone scam, I apologize for not knowing about the others, but it wasn't Trump University or Trump Steaks or Trump Magazine or Trump Water. I know, maybe it did. I know, it could have. It absolutely could have. That would make perfect fucking sense. The screen springs to life. A box appears around the head of the man on the CCTV footage, and we suddenly zoom in. I sit up fascinated. Is Barney doing this? I ask quietly. The idea of somebody remote controlling a computer. Okay, the first time I remote controlled somebody else's computer was like 1999, you stupid bitch. Yes, Christian answers. Can you sharpen the picture at all? He says to Barney. The picture blurs and then refocuses moderately sharper on the man's conspicuous gazing down and avoiding the camera. Yeah, because all you have to do is wear a baseball cap and avoid the camera. As I stare at him, a chill of recognition sweeps up my spine. There's something familiar about the line of his jaw. He has scruffy, short black hair that looks odd and unkempt. And in the newly sharpened picture, I see an earring, a small hoop. Holy crap, I know who it is. Christian, I whisper. That's Jack Hyde. End of chapter. I didn't think we'd get through both tonight, but we did because honestly, they were relatively quick to read. Because there's not a lot to them, so we rushed a lot. But when was it established that Jack Hyde had an earring? I don't remember that. No, granted, I'm not actively trying to remember any of this, which is fair, but I don't remember that he had an earring. And also, how does Christian not recognize that that's Jack Hyde? You had your security beat the fuck out of him because you couldn't go up and kill him yourself. Like, how do you not know what he looks like? How does your security not have a photo of him when he's actively made threats and he tried to rape your fiance? Like, how does all of your security not have a picture of this man, including Barney, whoever the fuck that is, and would be able to recognize him on sight? And also, oh, somebody blew up my server room, somebody sabotaged my helicopter, somebody's looking to get revenge on me. I have no idea who it is, except maybe the extremely violent asshole that just tried to rape my fiance, and then I fired and threw it on the street and destroyed his career. Gee, I can't imagine he'd be looking for revenge or payback or anything else. Duh. No, right? Persnickety, never. Couldn't be him. Couldn't possibly ever be him. I'm finding the thing I said I would read as a palate cleanser. I lost my spot. Hold on. There we go. Okay, I was researching this earlier for my fanfic because I couldn't remember where it was from. And I need to quote a new thing. So here is some, excuse me. Let me just take a drink and get my voice. Dribble. So here are the words of an actual good writer, Dante Alighieri, and this is from his first sonnet, which is named La Vita Nuova. The first 3 hours of night were almost spent, the time that every star shines down on us, when love appeared to me so suddenly that I still shudder at the memory. Joyous love seemed to me, the while he held my arms within his hands, and in his arms my lady lay asleep, wrapped in a veil. He woke her then, and trembling and obedient, she ate that burning heart out of his hand. Weeping, I saw him then depart from me. See, that's a good writer. And that's actually a fairly poor translation. I'll try to find it in Italian, which I probably, with some practice, I could probably actually read and sound fluent because I know a little of this and a little of that, and I'm quite good at pronunciation. So maybe I will do that. But that is an actual good writer. This hot load of ass is not. I didn't mean to make a pun, but I did. But we made it through 2 chapters, which I didn't think we would. We did not achieve any more ducks, which makes me very sad. Ralph is a very lonely boy. He whispers and quacks in my ear like every night looking for some friends. He's very lonely, but he's going to bed alone. So hopefully all of you will come back next week. We're getting into the holidays. We're going to get spicy. We're getting deeper into this. I think we are past, like, I think they have an argument over her name at work. I think I remember that, but it's possible I entirely remember that from the movies. I don't even know if it's in the movie, but it's probably where I remember from. I think we're past the point where I read it. Really, I really do think we are at this point. But thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you for being a lovely audience. Thank you for bringing all your pets and loving on your fur babies, because that's what we should all do. So everybody, please have a great rest of your evening. Get some sleep. Take care of you. Read something a lot better than this. And above all, pet and fur baby, and love yourself. And I will see you all next week. Bye bye.